Tonight, let us drift gently into the quiet world of one of history's most disciplined minds. This is the story of Immanuel Kant, a man who rarely traveled more than a few kilometers from his hometown, yet reshaped how humanity understands reason, morality, and the limits of knowledge. His life was calm, predictable, almost mechanical, and for that reason, deeply soothing. Immanuel Kant was born in 1724 in Königsberg, a modest Prussian city by the Baltic Sea. The streets were narrow, the winters long, and life moved at a slow, deliberate pace. Kant's family lived simply. His parents were deeply religious, influenced by Pietism, a movement that emphasized humility, discipline, and moral seriousness. These early values would quietly shape Kant's character for the rest of his life. From an early age, Kant showed an unusual devotion to learning. He was not a prodigy who dazzled crowds, but a careful, patient thinker. At the University of Königsberg, he studied mathematics, physics, philosophy, and classical literature. He absorbed the scientific ideas of Isaac Newton and the rational philosophy of René Descartes. Yet he was also deeply troubled by one question that refused to leave him alone. What can humans truly know? And where are the limits of reason? For many years, Kant lived modestly as a tutor and lecturer. He earned little money and lived in rented rooms. His daily routine became legendary. He woke at the same hour each morning, drank a single cup of tea, lectured, ate lunch at precisely the same time, and took an afternoon walk so punctual that neighbors reportedly set their clocks by his passing. This rhythm was not obsession, it was order. For Kant, order was a way to protect the mind from chaos. Despite this quiet life, Kant's inner world was vast. He read relentlessly and thought slowly. He delayed publishing major work for decades, not from fear, but from precision. He believed philosophy should not rush. Truth, for Kant, required patience. In 1781, at the age of 57, Kant finally released the book that would change philosophy forever, Critique of Pure Reason. The work was dense, difficult, and unsettling. In it, Kant argued something radical. The human mind does not simply receive reality, it actively shapes it. Space, time, and causality are not properties of the external world alone. They are structures of the human mind. We never know reality as it is, only reality as it appears to us. This idea gently overturned centuries of thinking. Kant was not denying truth. He was carefully defining its boundaries. Science, he argued, works precisely because the mind organizes experience according to universal rules. But metaphysical questions about God, the soul, and ultimate reality lie beyond what reason can prove. They belong not to knowledge, but to faith and moral reflection. Kant's later works expanded this calm revolution. In his moral philosophy, he proposed the categorical imperative, a simple but demanding rule. Act only according to principles you would want everyone else to follow. Morality, Kant believed, did not come from emotion, religion, or authority. It came from reason itself. To act morally was to respect the rational dignity of every human being. There is something deeply restful about Kant's moral universe. No drama, no divine punishment, no emotional manipulation, only quiet responsibility. Do the right thing, not because it feels good, but because it is right. In this way, Kant trusted humanity more than many before him. As the years passed, Kant became famous, though he barely noticed. Students traveled from across Europe to hear him lecture. Yet he never married, never sought wealth, and never left Königsberg. His world remained small, contained, and serene. The mind for Kant traveled far enough on its own. In old age, his memory began to fade. His routines slowly unraveled. Yet even then, Kant remained gentle and polite. His final recorded words were simple. Es ist gut. It is good. Kant died in 1804, having lived almost his entire life within the same city walls. Today, his influence reaches far beyond them, into ethics, science, law, and modern thought itself. He showed humanity that reason has power, but also limits, that morality can be calm, universal, and free, and that a quiet life can leave a very long shadow. As you rest now, let Kant's steady footsteps fade into the streets of old Königsberg. Let the questions slow. Let the mind settle. Not everything must be answered tonight. For Kant would remind us gently, understanding begins with patience, and rest, too, has its place. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. Close your eyes now, and let the darkness of your room become the heavy, comforting velvet of a Prussian night. Imagine the air turning crisp and cool, carrying the faint, salty tang of the Baltic Sea mixed with the scent of damp wool and old stone. We are drifting backward through time, floating over a city that no longer exists in its original form, a ghostly capital of red brick and green copper spires rising from the mist. This is Königsberg in the early 18th century, a fortress city built where the Pregel River twists and turns before meeting the sea. It is a place of bridges and islands, a geographic puzzle that would one day stump mathematicians. Yet tonight, it serves only as a cradle for a single mind. Listen closely, and you might hear the rhythmic lapping of the river water against the wooden pilings of the docks, the creak of merchant ships laden with amber, grain, and timber, resting heavily at anchor. The city breathes with a slow, steady pulse, a clockwork rhythm that seems to seep into the very bones of its inhabitants. It is here, in this world of grey skies and structured living, that the story truly begins. The year is 1724, and the month is April, springtime in name. Though in East Prussia, spring is often just a slightly brighter version of winter. The wind still bites, whistling through the narrow, cobbled alleys of the Vorstadt district, rattling the shutters of the modest timber-framed houses. It is a humble neighborhood, home to craftsmen and laborers, people whose hands are stained with ink, leather, and soil. In one such house, the air is thick with the smell of leatherworking, tanned hides, and beeswax, for this is the home of Johann Georg Kant, a harness maker who spends his days stitching straps for the horses that pull the city's commerce. It is a life of repetition, of the needle passing through the leather over and over, much like the seconds ticking on a grandfather clock. Historians have long debated the exact origins of the Kant family name, with some suggesting a Scottish lineage, spelled C-A-N-T, though recent scholarship points more firmly to Baltic roots. But regardless of where they came from, they are here now, firmly rooted in the pious soil of Prussia. The atmosphere in the Kant household is not one of loud joy or boisterous laughter, but of a quiet, intense warmth, like embers glowing deep in a hearth. They are pietists, followers of a Lutheran revival that strips away the gold and the pomp of the church to focus on the inner heart. In this house, silence is not emptiness. It is a form of prayer. Can you feel the texture of this silence? It is heavy, wrapping around the furniture, softening the footsteps on the floorboards. It is into this world of hushed voices and rigorous duty that Immanuel is born, the fourth of 9 children, though many will not survive the harshness of the era. He is a small, frail infant, his chest narrow, his constitution delicate. Looking at him now, swaddled against the Baltic chill, there is no sign of the intellectual giant he will become, no halo of genius. There is only a fragile life, held together by the fierce, quiet love of his mother, Anna Regina. She is a woman of little education, but immense spirit, who sees in her son's bright, alert eyes a spark that must be protected from the drafting winds of the world. She carries him, not just in her arms, but in her faith, whispering hymns that emphasize duty and the inner light. The city outside continues its mechanical churn, the garrison soldiers marching in perfect unison on the parade grounds, the church bells tolling the hours with unforgiving precision, the merchants tallying their ledgers. Königsberg is a machine of commerce and war, a place where order is the highest virtue. And little Immanuel, rocking in his cradle, absorbs this rhythm. The ticking of the clock becomes the beat of his heart. He does not know it yet, but he is already learning the first great lesson of his life, that while the body may be frail, bound by the laws of nature and the cold winds of the north, the mind can build a fortress of its own, a structure more solid than the red bricks of the Königsberg Cathedral. We hover here for a moment in the twilight of his infancy, watching the shadows lengthen across the floor, knowing that the sun will rise at the exact same time tomorrow, just as it did today. The predictability is safe, the order is a blanket. And as the mist rolls in off the Pregel River, obscuring the bridges and the spires, we leave the infant sleeping soundly, his dreams unburdened by the categorical imperative, resting in the simple, perfect now of a beginning. As the years drift by, like slow-moving clouds over the Baltic, the infant in the cradle becomes a boy, and the cradle expands into a world of rigorous, quiet devotion. To understand the mind that would one day map the boundaries of human reason, we must first walk beside the child Immanuel through the damp, cobblestone streets of his youth, wrapped in the heavy wool of pietism. Imagine a world where the morning light is grey and soft, filtering through thick glass panes, illuminating a household that moves with the hushed reverence of a library. Pietism, the dominant religious force in Kant's upbringing, was not merely a set of rules. It was an atmosphere, a texture of life that felt like starched linen, clean, stiff, and uncompromising. It demanded that the believer look inward, constantly scanning the soul for signs of corruption or grace. For young Immanuel, God was not found in golden altars or thundering organs, but in the silent spaces between heartbeats, in the absolute integrity of one's intentions. His mother, Anna Regina, becomes the central figure in this chapter of his life, a woman of profound yet gentle piety who seems to glow with an inner warmth against the Prussian cold. History tells us that she was the daughter of a harness maker, just as her husband was a master of the trade, creating a lineage of people who understood that strength comes from binding things together securely. She would take young Immanuel by the hand, leading him out of the city gates and into the meadows that surrounded Königsberg. Picture them there. A small, frail boy with wide, inquisitive eyes, and a woman in a modest bonnet, bending down to show him the intricate structure of a wildflower or the segmented shell of a beetle. She did not teach him botany, she taught him awe. She whispered that the complexity of the flower was a direct signature of the Creator, a lesson that the natural world was a mirror of divine intelligence. It is a tender image, and one that Kant would recall with immense affection decades later. Long after he had dismantled the traditional arguments for God's existence, he famously said, "She planted and nurtured the first germ of good in me, a sentiment that feels as warm as a cup of tea on a winter night." But if his mother was the gentle garden of pietism, the school he attended, the Collegium Fridericianum, was its stone fortress. At the age of 8, acting on the advice of the family's pastor, the formidable Franz Albert Schulz, Immanuel was sent to this strict Latin school. The building itself was austere, a place of wooden benches and draughty halls where laughter was considered a suspect activity, likely to lead the soul astray. The day began at 5:30 in the morning, a time when even the sun in Königsberg is often still hitting the snooze button, with prayers followed by hour upon hour of Latin instruction. They studied the classics, yes, but always through the lens of moral duty. The discipline was severe. The students were expected to monitor not just their actions, but their very thoughts. Historians still argue about the depth of the scar this period left on Kant. Some biographers suggest that the intense, almost suffocating rigidity of the Collegium instilled in him a lifelong aversion to organized religious ritual, noting that, in his adult life, he famously avoided attending church services, preferring to worship in the temple of his own mind. Others, however, argue that while he may have resented the gloominess of the school, he later referred to this period with a shudder as slave discipline. He absorbed its core lesson perfectly: that life is a serious business, and that duty is the highest calling. It is a paradox, really. Like a man who hates the gym but loves his own strength, Kant rejected the fear-mongering of his teachers, yet he kept their obsession with moral law, stripping it of its theology and polishing it until it shone like a diamond of pure reason. Imagine the young boy sitting in a dimly lit classroom, the smell of chalk dust and old parchment filling his nose, reciting Latin declensions, while his mind quietly drifts out the window to the ships on the Pregal River. He is learning to discipline his mind, to force his wandering thoughts into neat, grammatical rows. It is here, in the tension between the stricture of the classroom and the freedom of the meadow, that the unique architecture of his intellect begins to form. He learns that freedom is not just doing whatever you want, like a leaf blown by the wind, but is found in the ability to govern oneself. Even at this age, there is a calmness to him, a strange, premature maturity. He is not the boy running wild in the streets, scraping knees and stealing apples. He is the boy watching, analyzing, understanding the rules so that he might one day rewrite them. The pietist emphasis on the inner light inadvertently gave him a radical gift: the belief that truth is not something handed down by a king or a bishop, but something found within the individual's own rational conscience. It was a heavy burden for a child, carrying the weight of his own soul, but Immanuel bore it with a stoic grace. There is a quiet humor in imagining him as a child, perhaps correcting his friend's logic during a game of marbles, or organizing his toys with the same categorical precision he would later apply to the metaphysics of the universe. One can imagine his mother smiling softly at his seriousness, smoothing his hair, knowing that this boy was destined for something different, something apart from the leather trade of his father. And yet, the leather trade too left its mark. The smell of the workshop, the patience required to stitch a harness that would hold under pressure. These things seeped into him. He saw that things must be made well, that shortcuts lead to failure. Whether it was a saddle or a philosophical system, the stitching had to be tight, the materials honest. As he grew into his teenage years, the city of Königsberg continued its slow, mechanical waltz around him. The seasons turned, the harbor froze and thawed, and the bells of the cathedral told their eternal rhythm. The pietist influence began to settle into the bedrock of his character, not as a storm of religious ecstasy, but as a calm, unwavering conviction that the world made sense, and that it was our duty to understand that sense. He was learning to be comfortable in the silence, to find companionship in his own thoughts. The pietist cradle was not soft. It was lined with the rough wool of duty, but it was secure. It held him fast against the chaos of the world. And as he prepared to leave the strict confines of the collegium and step into the wider area halls of the university, he carried with him a mental toolkit forged in the fires of that discipline, a suspicion of emotion, a reverence for law, and a deep, unshakable belief that the most important battles are the ones fought inside the quiet fortresses of our own minds. The boy is now a young man, standing on the threshold of adulthood, his breath visible in the cold air, ready to trade the prayers of the collegium for the equations of Newton, unaware that he is about to embark on a journey that will take him to the very edge of the universe without ever requiring him to leave his hometown. At 16, the cocoon of the collegium cracked open, and Immanuel Kant stepped out into the wider, dustier, more chaotic air of the University of Königsberg, known affectionately to the locals as the Albertina. It was the autumn of 1740, and the city's linden trees were shedding their gold onto the cobblestones, a seasonal alchemy that young Kant might have paused to observe with a new scientific eye. To enter the university was to step from a world of rigid memorization into a world of expansive inquiry, a shift as sudden as moving from a candlelit cellar into the noon sun. The Albertina was not a place of luxury. It was a labyrinth of drafty lecture halls and libraries smelling of dry rot and curing leather. But to the son of a harness maker, it was a palace. Here, the silence was different. It was not the silence of enforced prayer, but the silence of intense concentration, the sound of hundreds of minds working in unison to dismantle the universe and put it back together with logic. Kant was a small figure in this grand machinery, a student so poor that he often had to borrow clothes to attend lectures. There is a gentle, humanizing legend from this time. Historians debate its absolute literalness, but it feels spiritually true, that Kant and his roommates possessed only one decent pair of shoes and one presentable coat between them. They would take turns attending class, one venturing out into the Prussian chill like an intellectual scout, while the others remained in their rooms, wrapped in blankets, studying their notes. It is a charming image, the future titan of philosophy shivering in his socks, waiting for the coat to return so he might go learn about the stars. It was here that he met the man who would become the compass for his intellectual journey, Martin Knudsen. Knudsen is a figure often lost in the footnotes of history, a ghost lingering in the margins, yet without him, we might never have had the Kant we know. Knudsen was a young, brilliant professor of logic and metaphysics, a man who burned with a strange double fire. He was a devout pietist, deeply religious, yet he was also an obsessive disciple of the new science coming out of England. He saw no contradiction between the Bible and the calculus of Isaac Newton. For Knudsen, gravity was simply the way God held his creation in a lover's embrace. He took a liking to the quiet, intense boy from the suburbs. He opened his personal library to Kant, a rare privilege in a time when books were as valuable as jewelry, and placed in his hands the works of Newton. Imagine the moment. The young student, sitting by a window as the grey light of the Baltic afternoon fades, opening the Principia Mathematica. It must have felt like learning a secret language, a code that explained why the moon did not crash into the sea and why the tides breathed in and out. For the first time, Kant saw the universe not just as a moral testing ground, but as a magnificent, predictable clockwork mechanism. It was a vision of order that soothed his soul. The shadows he studied were the mathematical laws that lay behind the visible world, the invisible scaffolding of reality. Yet, Kant was not merely a bookworm haunting the stacks. He was, surprisingly, a young man of wit and subtle charm. We often picture him only as the old, rigid sage, but the student Kant was a creature of the coffee houses and the billiard halls. In fact, he was a shark at the billiard table. He played with a cool, geometric precision, calculating angles and force with the same mind that would later calculate the nature of time itself. There is a soft, ironic humor in this. The man who would write The Metaphysics of Morals, funding his meager student dinners by hustling less intelligent students at pool. It suggests a certain groundedness, a connection to the physical world of cause and effect. He learned that if you strike the ball correctly, the result is inevitable, a lesson in causality that he would never forget. During these years, he absorbed the rationalist philosophy of Christian Wolff and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, thinkers who believed that everything in the world could be explained by sufficient reason. The universe was a logical place. There were no accidents, only equations we hadn't solved yet. This optimism filled the lecture halls of the Albertina. They believed they were on the cusp of knowing everything. But there was a shadow falling across this enlightenment, a personal darkness that would force Kant to grow up quickly. In 1746, just as he was finding his footing, his father, Johann Georg, died. The anchor of the family was gone. The harness maker had stitched his last strap. This event rippled through Kant's life with immediate practical force. There was no inheritance, no safety net. The days of sharing coats and debating metaphysics in the coffee shops had to end. He could no longer afford the luxury of being a professional student. He had to work. It is a quiet tragedy common to the era. A brilliant mind forced to pause its ascent to attend to the brute necessities of survival. He did not weep or wail. That was not the pietist way, nor the Kantian way. He simply packed his books, folded his few shirts, and prepared to leave the city he loved. He would not leave Königsberg entirely. He never could, but he had to leave the university. He would become a Hofmeister, a private tutor for wealthy families in the countryside. Historians still argue about the nature of his departure. Was it a crushing defeat or a necessary incubation? Did he leave with a heavy heart, feeling exiled from the paradise of ideas? Or did he go with a stoic acceptance, viewing it as just another season in the long, slow turn of his life? As he walked out of the Albertina's gates, Leaving the world of pure theory for the muddy reality of rural Prussia, he carried with him an unfinished manuscript on living forces, his first attempt to correct the great thinkers who came before him. He was 22 years old, an orphan, poor, and unpublished. The shadows of the linden trees stretched long across his path, pointing the way out of town. He was stepping into a decade of relative silence, a time of teaching children their ABCs while his own mind continued to wrestle with the architecture of the stars. It was a detour, yes, but in the slow, winding logic of Kant's life, every detour was simply a longer, more thorough road to the truth. The noise of the billiard hall faded, replaced by the wind over the flat Prussian fields, and the student of shadows began his long walk toward the light. The city of Königsberg fades behind him, its spires dissolving into the low grey mist of the horizon, and Immanuel Kant enters the quiet, expansive emptiness of the East Prussian countryside. It is 1746, and he is 22 years old. The road beneath his feet, or perhaps beneath the wheels of a borrowed cart, is rutted and thick with mud, winding through a landscape that is relentless in its flatness. This is not a journey of dramatic peaks or sweeping valleys. It is a journey into a deep, verdant, horizontal silence. He is leaving the stimulating noise of the university for the role of a Hofmeister, a private tutor to families living in the rural isolation of the province. To many young scholars of his generation, this transition feels like a sentence of exile, a banishment from the kingdom of ideas to the kingdom of turnips and livestock. But as we watch Kant settle into this new rhythm, we see not a man defeated, but a mind expanding to fill the quiet. His first post takes him to the village of Jutschen, a small settlement dominated by a community of reformed Swiss immigrants. He lives in the home of Pastor Daniel Anders, a man of stern faith and practical wisdom. The house is a structure of timber and plaster, smelling of wood smoke, curing ham, and old hymnals. Here, the elegant magister, as he will later be known, is merely a servant of sorts, inhabiting a strange, liminal social space. Too educated to dine with the servants, yet too poor to truly equal the masters. He sits at the edge of the family circle, a quiet observer of domestic life. Imagine the daily texture of these years. Kant, the man who wishes to calculate the retardation of the Earth's rotation, spends his mornings teaching young children how to decline Latin nouns and how to hold a fork with proper etiquette. He leans over small, ink-stained desks, correcting clumsy handwriting with the same patience he applies to the movements of the planets. There is a profound humility in this image. The genius is not on a podium. He is in a nursery. Historians still argue about the emotional tenor of this silent decade. Later in life, Kant would occasionally speak of these years with a shudder, referring to the role of a private tutor as a kind of sophisticated slavery, a draining of the spirit. Yet, others argue that this period was the crucible that forged his worldly character. In the university, he learned books. In the countryside, he learned people. He learned how to navigate the delicate egos of the rural gentry, how to make polite conversation about the harvest and the hunt, and how to hold his tongue when his mind was racing with metaphysical objections. He was refining the art of social grace, polishing the rough edges of the harness maker's son, until he shone with the courtly manners that would later charm counts and countesses. He was learning that philosophy must eventually live in the world of men. not just in the ether of abstraction. From Jutschen, he moves eventually to the estate of Major von Hülsen in Groß Arnsdorf. The setting shifts from the rectory to the manor house, a world of slightly more comfort but equal isolation. Here the landscape is one of vast open fields and dark brooding forests that line the horizon like the brushstrokes of a heavy oil painting. In the evenings, after the lessons are done and the children are asleep, Kant retreats to his small room. He has few books with him. Libraries are far away in the city, so he is forced to become his own library. He paces the floorboards, the candlelight flickering against the walls, and he thinks, without the constant interruption of lectures and academic debates. His thoughts are free to stretch out, to become longer, deeper, and more daring. It is here in the silence of the countryside that he begins to draft his first major theories on the cosmos. While the household sleeps, he is mentally constructing the birth of the solar system. He looks out the window at the night sky, so much clearer here than in the smoggy city, and sees not just lights, but a swirling disk of dust and gas collapsing under gravity to form the sun and the planets. It is a breathtaking juxtaposition. The tutor who spent the day teaching a child to read is spending the night rewriting the history of the heavens. He is alone, thousands of miles from the great scientific centers of London or Paris, yet he is reaching the same conclusions as the greatest minds of the age, purely through the force of his own disciplined imagination. This period also instilled in him a deep sensory appreciation for the natural world that would later flavor his writing on the sublime. He experienced the terror of the violent Prussian thunderstorms, the heavy, suffocating blanket of the winter snows, and the overwhelming vastness of the starry sky above the flat plains. These were not abstract concepts to him. They were the daily reality of his existence. He saw how small a human being is against the backdrop of nature. One can imagine him taking long, solitary walks along the edges of the marshes, his coat pulled tight against the wind, watching a hawk circle in the updraft. He is observing the laws of physics in real time. He is watching the phenomena, the world as it appears to us, and wondering about the noumena, the thing in itself that lies behind the hawk, the wind, and the cloud. The silence of the countryside is not empty. For Kant, it is filled with the whispering of these hidden laws. As the years pass, 3 years here, 2 years there, a subtle transformation occurs. The awkward student disappears, replaced by a man of quiet confidence. He has earned his keep. He has supported himself. He has seen the world outside the ivory tower. By the time he prepares to return to Königsberg in 1754, he is 30 years old. He is no longer the boy who needs to borrow a coat. He has saved a meager sum, enough to buy his independence, or at least a few months of it. The wanderer is ready to come home. He packs his trunk, which now contains not just clothes, but the manuscripts of the universal natural history and theory of the heavens. He says his goodbyes to the families who have housed him, likely with a polite bow and a well-turned phrase, leaving behind the rural silence for the urban clamor he has missed so dearly. The carriage ride back to the city is a reversal of the one he took 9 years prior. Then, he was leaving into the unknown. Now, he is returning with a map of the universe in his head. The spires of Königsberg appear on the horizon again, rising like old friends to greet him. The bells of the cathedral, faint at first, grow louder as he approaches, sinking once again with the beating of his heart. He is returning to the arena, but he enters it now not as a spectator, but as a gladiator of the mind, armed with a decade of thought and the patience of a man who has taught children to read while his own soul was reading the stars. The private tutor's journey ends, but the philosopher's reign is just beginning. The year is 1755, and the city of Königsberg seems to lean in, as if listening for a new sound. Immanuel Kant has returned, no longer the shy student in borrowed shoes, nor the humble tutor in a country manor, but a man possessed by a quiet, burning ambition. He stands before the university gates, the wind catching the tails of his coat, ready to reclaim his place in the world of ideas. But the doors of the Albertina do not swing open easily. In the academic hierarchy of 18th century Prussia, one does not simply become a professor. One must fight for the privilege of speaking. Kant enters this arena as a private docent, a title that sounds dignified but carries with it a brutal economic reality. He receives no salary from the university. His livelihood depends entirely on the fees paid directly by the students who choose to attend his lectures. If he is boring, he starves. If he is brilliant, he eats. It is a system that enforces a terrifying Darwinian pressure on the intellect, turning the lecture hall into a theater where the performer must captivate his audience or face an empty table. And so, the elegant magister is born. History often remembers Kant as a dry, disembodied brain, a man made of pure logic and dust. But the Kant of the 1750s and 60s is a revelation, a man of wit, charm, and surprising vibrancy. Imagine stepping into his lecture hall on a damp October morning. The room is not large, and the air is thick with the smell of damp wool, pipe tobacco, and the nervous energy of young men. It is crowded, so crowded that students are sitting on the window ledges and standing in the back, craning their necks. At the front stands Kant. He is short, barely 5 feet tall, with a chest that looks too concave to hold a powerful voice. Yet when he speaks, the room falls into a trance. He does not drone on about abstract syllogisms. He tells stories. He jokes. He quotes poetry. He is wearing a coat of fine cloth, perhaps with a decorative sword at his hip, a common accessory for gentlemen of the time, signaling that philosophy is not just for monks, but for men of the world. He teaches everything. Because he must attract as many students as possible, he becomes a universal encyclopedia. In the morning, he lectures on logic and metaphysics. In the afternoon, he pivots to physical geography, anthropology, and even the science of fortifications and pyrotechnics. Imagine the sheer mental agility required to switch from the proofs of God's existence to the chemical composition of fireworks, all while keeping a room full of 20-year-olds entertained. He becomes a mental traveler, guiding his students to lands he has never seen, but has read about with voracious intensity. He describes the tiered pagodas of Japan, the humid jungles of Brazil, and the dusty caravans of the Silk Road with such vivid sensory detail that students later swear he must have visited them. He describes the sensation of an earthquake in Lisbon, or the color of the winds in the Sahara, painting with words in a way that makes the walls of the classroom dissolve. Historians often debate the accuracy of his geographical lectures. He famously believed, based on old reports, that bedbugs had no sense of smell and could be steered by pointing a finger. But his errors are less important than his intent. He is teaching his students to see the world as a connected whole, a globe where human culture, geography, and physical laws intertwine. He is teaching them to be citizens of the world without ever leaving Prussia. During this period, Kant's daily life takes on a social hue that would shock those who only know the recluse of his later years. He is a sought-after guest at dinner parties. He dines with merchants, military officers, and counts. He is known for his conversation, which flows like a clear stream, never dominating, always engaging, sprinkled with a dry, observant humor. There is a delightful anecdote from this era, where a friend notes that Kant is the darling of the social circles, a man who enjoys a game of cards and a glass of wine, who understands the latest fashions and the gossip of the town. He is living a double life of sorts, the gregarious man about town by day and the solitary architect of the mind by night. Yet, beneath the velvet coat and the witty banter, the struggle is real. He is working himself to the bone. He lectures up to 20 hours a week, an exhausting physical feat for a man of his frail constitution. He is writing constantly, publishing short treatises on wind, on fire, on the nature of storms, throwing sparks of intellect in every direction, trying to catch the eye of the Berlin authorities who control the professorships. There is a soft, underlying tension in these years, a fear that perhaps he will always be the magister, never the professor. He watches lesser minds get promoted ahead of him, men with better connections or safer ideas. He feels the sting of rejection, but he absorbs it with that signature pietist stoicism, channeling his frustration back into his work. One can imagine him walking home after a long day of teaching, the sun setting over the Pregel River, his pockets heavy with the coins collected from his students, thalers and groschen that translate directly into bread and candles. He is tired. The performance is over. The witty storyteller fades, and the serious thinker re-emerges. He climbs the stairs to his rented rooms, where the air is quiet and still. He lights his lamp. The adulation of the students is a warm memory, but it is not the truth he seeks. The truth is harder, colder, and further away. He sits at his desk, dipping his quill into the ink, and the world of the dinner parties vanishes. He is no longer thinking about how to entertain a countess. He is thinking about the foundations of reality. It is in these quiet moments, between the noise of the lecture hall and the sleep of the just, that the great project begins to take shape. He is clearing the ground, removing the debris of old assumptions, preparing to build something that will last longer than the applause of his students. The return to the lecture hall is a triumph. Yes, he has conquered the university, but it is also a disguise. He is playing the game of academia perfectly, all while secretly plotting a revolution that will overthrow the very rules he is teaching. The candles burn low in the window, a small beacon of reason in the dark Prussian night, and the city sleeps, unaware that the little man who told such funny jokes at dinner is slowly, methodically dismantling the universe. Now, let the walls of the lecture hall dissolve completely. Let the noise of the students and the clinking of dinner glasses fade into a profound velvet silence. We are stepping out into the cool, crisp air of a Prussian night in 1755. Above the sleeping city of Königsberg, the sky is not merely a ceiling. It is a vast, glittering ocean of deep indigo and diamond-white fire. Immanuel Kant stands at his window, or perhaps he walks alone in the garden, his head tilted back, his eyes scanning the arch of the Milky Way. He possesses no telescope. He has no observatory tower. He is a man of modest means who cannot afford the expensive lenses of the great astronomers in London or Paris. But he has something far more powerful. He has the Newtonian laws of gravity in his mind, and he has an imagination that refuses to be tethered to the earth. It is here, in the quiet communion between a single man and the infinite dark, that one of the most beautiful chapters in the history of science is written. Kant looks up at the band of light stretching across the sky, the Via Lactea, and he sees something that no one else has quite articulated before. For centuries, people saw it as a mist, a celestial vapor, perhaps the milk of the goddess Hera spilled across the heavens. But Kant, standing firmly on the cobblestones of logic, sees it differently. He realizes that this mist is actually a dense collection of stars, a massive spinning disk viewed from the inside. He deduces the shape of our galaxy purely by analogy and geometry. It is a moment of quiet intellectual vertigo. He is standing on a small rock, orbiting a medium star, looking out into a spiraling city of suns. But he does not stop there. His mind pushes further, past the rim of the Milky Way, into the faint, fuzzy patches of light known as nebulae. Astronomers of the time were puzzled by these. Were they holes in the sky, clouds of gas? Kant makes a leap that is breathtaking in its audacity. He suggests that these nebulae are not clouds at all, but other galaxies, island universes, immense systems of stars, just like our own, spinning in the far reaches of the void. Imagine the loneliness and the grandeur of that thought. In 1755, the universe was considered relatively small and static. Kant, with a whisper, blows the walls out, expanding the cosmos into an infinite archipelago of galaxies. He is the Columbus of the cosmos, sailing the seas of space without ever leaving his backyard. Historians of science still marvel at this. It would take nearly 2 centuries and the Hubble Space Telescope to confirm what Kant saw with his mind's eye. It is a testament to the power of pure reason, that a man in a wig and a coat, standing in a drafty room in East Prussia, could accurately describe the structure of the universe, simply by thinking clearly about how gravity must work. He pours these thoughts into a book with a title as expansive as its subject, Universal Natural History and Theory of the Heavens. In it, he proposes what we now call the nebular hypothesis, the idea that the solar system began not as a finished clockwork mechanism placed by God's hand, but as a chaotic cloud of dust and gas. Close your eyes and visualize this with him. Imagine the primordial chaos, a vast silent storm of particles floating in the dark. Then gravity, the great weaver, begins to pull. The dust clumps together. The clumps grow heavier, attracting more dust. The cloud begins to collapse inward, and as it collapses, it begins to spin. Faster and faster it whirls, flattening out into a disk like a potter's clay. In the center, the pressure builds until a star ignites, our sun. In the outer rings, the dust cools and coalesces into planets. It is a story of Genesis written in the language of physics. It is violent, hot, and dynamic, yet in Kant's prose, it feels serene, an unfolding of inevitable order. He describes the birth of worlds as a process of millions of years and centuries, a timeline that stretches far beyond the biblical understanding of his day. There is a deep, resonant poetry in Kant's cosmology. He sees the universe not as a static painting, but as a living process, a phoenix of nature that burns itself up and is reborn from its own ashes. He imagines worlds dying and new worlds forming in an eternal breathing cycle. "Give me matter," he famously wrote, "and I will build a world out of it." It is a statement of supreme confidence, not in himself, but in the laws of nature. He is telling us that the universe makes sense, that it is not a place of random magic, but a place where dust becomes majesty through the patience of time and the rigor of law. One might think that such a book would make him instantly famous, that the scientific academies of Europe would rush to Königsberg to crown this new Newton. But here, history plays one of its cruel, ironic jokes, a bit of dark humor that Kant himself might have appreciated with a wry smile. The publisher of the book, a man named Johann Friedrich Petersen, went bankrupt just as the book was being printed. The copies were seized by creditors. They were locked away in a warehouse, gathering dust, just like the primordial matter Kant described. The book was never properly distributed. It sat in the dark, unread, while the world moved on. For decades, Kant's masterpiece of astronomy remained a ghost book. Later, the French mathematician Pierre-Simon Laplace would propose a similar theory, and for a long time, it was known as the Laplace hypothesis, until historians dusted off Kant's old volume and realized he had been there first. Hence, today we politely call it the Kant-Laplace hypothesis. But in 1755, there was only silence. Kant did not rage against this misfortune. He did not sue. He simply turned back to his desk, dipped his quill, and continued to think. There is something incredibly soothing about his reaction. It suggests that the truth does not need applause to be true. The galaxies were spinning whether anyone read his book or not. The island universes were drifting in the deep dark, indifferent to the bankruptcy of a German publisher. Kant seems to have understood this. He let the book go, trusting that if the ideas were sound, they would eventually find their light. And they did. This chapter of his life leaves us with one of the most enduring images of the philosopher, the man who balances the moral law within him with the starry heavens above him. He writes about the sublime, that feeling of pleasurable terror we get when we look at something too big for our minds to grasp, like the ocean in a storm or the infinite night sky. For Kant, looking at the stars was a spiritual exercise. It made him feel small, physically, a mere speck in the universe. But it made him feel infinite, mentally, because his mind was capable of encompassing it all. As you lie in bed tonight, imagine that same sky above you, the same stars that look down on Königsberg. They are burning with a cold, steady light. They are the silent witnesses to the slow, steady work of the philosopher. He turns away from the window now, the chill of the night seeping into the room. He blows on his hands to warm them. The universe is vast, yes, but he has a lecture to give in the morning on geography. He must explain the trade winds to 20 tired students. The visionary astronomer folds himself back into the role of the humble lecturer. He extinguishes the candle, and for a few hours, the mind that just built a solar system out of dust allows itself to drift into the simple, necessary gravity of sleep. The year 1755 was destined to be a year of tremors, both in the heavens and beneath the earth. While Kant was quietly mapping the birth of stars in his mind, the ground itself was preparing to betray the confidence of the Enlightenment. On the morning of November 1st, All Saints' Day, the sun rose over the port city of Lisbon, Portugal, bathing its white cathedrals and busy harbors in a warm golden light. The churches were packed with the faithful, thousands of candles flickering in the hushed air as the city prepared to celebrate the holy feast. In Königsberg, thousands of miles away, the day was likely cold and routine, the sky a flat sheet of Baltic grey. Immanuel Kant would have been going about his usual business, perhaps sipping his tea or preparing a lecture notes, unaware that the world was about to break. At approximately 9:40 in the morning, a deep, guttural roar rose from the Atlantic Ocean. The earth did not just shake, it convulsed. In minutes, one of the wealthiest and most beautiful cities in Europe was reduced to rubble. Then came the fires, and finally, the sea retreated, only to return as a massive tsunami that swallowed the harbor. It was a catastrophe of biblical proportions, but it happened in the age of reason. News in the 18th century did not travel at the speed of light. It traveled at the speed of a horse and a sailing ship. And so, there was a strange, ghostly delay. For weeks, Königsberg remained in its quiet bubble, unaware of the devastation. But slowly, the reports began to trickle in, first as rumors from merchants, then as detailed accounts in the gazettes. The descriptions were horrific. The destruction of art, the loss of life, the collapse of the Royal Opera House. But what truly shook Europe was not just the physical destruction, it was the timing. Why would a benevolent God destroy a devout city on a holy day, crushing worshippers beneath the very roofs of their churches? This question struck at the heart of the dominant philosophy of the time, optimism. Derived from the thoughts of Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, a hero of Kant's. Optimism held that we live in the best of all possible worlds. It argued that everything, even suffering, was part of a perfect, divine calculus. But looking at the ruins of Lisbon, that calculus seemed cruel, if not broken. Voltaire, in France, raged against this optimism, writing biting poetry that mocked the idea that all is well. And what of Kant? How did the quiet lecturer in Prussia respond to this distant apocalypse? He did not weep, and he did not pray for deliverance. Instead, he did something that marks a profound shift in his character. He began to collect data. He became a seismologist before the word even existed. He scoured every newspaper he could find, hunting for details not about the tragedy, but about the physics. He looked for reports on the direction of the shock waves, the smell of sulfur in the air, the behavior of animals before the quake, and the color of the sky. He treated the earthquake not as a moral judgment from God, but as a puzzle of nature to be solved. Sitting in his study, surrounded by scraps of paper and maps, Kant pieced together a theory. He wrote 3 essays on the disaster in quick succession. In a move that was radically modern, he completely dismissed the idea that the earthquake was a punishment for sin. After all, he reasoned with dry logic, the red light district of Lisbon had been spared while the cathedrals were destroyed. Hardly the mark of a precise divine sniper. Instead, Kant proposed a scientific explanation. He suggested that the earth was filled with vast subterranean caverns. He theorized that these caverns were filled with combustible gases and hot liquids, and that when they shifted or ignited, they caused the surface to tremble. Now, historians and geologists today know that Kant was wrong about the gases. He didn't know about tectonic plates. But being right is less important here than being rational. He was attempting to explain a terrifying natural event using only natural causes. He was taking the fear out of the earth by wrapping it in a theory. There is a gentle humor in reading his essays now. He speaks with such absolute confidence about the subterranean winds and the fermentation of minerals, acting as the calm, authoritative voice of reason while sitting safely on the stable Prussian plain. He even offered practical advice for future city planning, suggesting that streets should be built perpendicular to the likely direction of tremors to minimize damage. Advice from a man who had never built a house nor experienced a major earthquake. But the Lisbon earthquake did more than just provoke scientific essays. It cracked the foundation of Kant's optimism. It was a tremor in his soul. Until this point, Kant had largely accepted the Leibnizian view that the universe was a harmonious, perfect system. The earthquake introduced a note of dissonance that he could not simply explain away. It forced him to confront the sublime power of nature, a power that was indifferent to human hopes and prayers. In his writing from this period, we see the beginning of a separation between the physical world and the moral world. The physical world, he began to realize, is governed by blind mechanical laws, plates shifting or gases exploding, gravity pulling, tides rising. It does not care if it is All Saints' Day. The moral world, however, the world of meaning, justice, and duty, that exists only within us. The earthquake did not destroy Kant's faith, but it purified it. It taught him that we cannot look to the rocks and the soil for proof of God's goodness. We must find that goodness elsewhere. As the winter of 1755 deepened, the shockwaves of Lisbon faded from the headlines, but they continued to ripple through Kant's mind. He was beginning to see that human reason has limits. We can explain the how of the earthquake, the gases, the caverns, the waves, but we cannot always explain the why. This humility, born from the rubble of a distant city, would eventually grow into the central theme of his life's work. But for now, he was simply a man watching the dust settle. He continued his lectures, perhaps with a slightly more somber tone. He spoke to his students about the fragility of civilization, about how we build our lives on a crust that is thinner than we think. Yet he also offered them a strange kind of comfort. By understanding the earthquake, by naming it and measuring it, we regain some dignity. We are not just helpless victims of a mysterious wrath. We are thinking observers of a complex planet. Imagine the scene in his classroom a few months after the disaster. The panic has subsided. The candles are lit. Kant stands before his students, a small figure against the blackboard. He holds a piece of pumice or a rock in his hand, turning it over in the light. He tells them that the earth is not a static stage, but a moving, breathing thing. He invites them to look down at the floor beneath their feet and imagine the vast, dark forces at work miles below. It is a moment of safe terror, a bedtime story about the monsters under the bed, told by a man who claims to know their names. The Lisbon tremor shook the world, but it also steadied Immanuel Kant. It pushed him away from the easy answers of old metaphysics and toward the harder, steeper path of critical philosophy. The best of all possible worlds might have been a comforting dream, but Kant was waking up, and as he woke, he found that the waking world, with all its cracks and tremors, was a far more interesting place to be. The dust of Lisbon settles into the pages of history, and the philosopher turns his gaze from the ground beneath his feet to a new, stranger horizon, the world of spirits, ghosts, and the eerie visions of a Swedish mystic who claimed to see what no eye should see. The dust of the earthquake has settled, and the ground beneath Königsberg is firm once more. Yet the 1760s bring a different kind of disturbance to the orderly life of Immanuel Kant. not a tremor of the earth, but a tremor of the spirit. We find our philosopher now entering his 40s, a time when the mind often seeks to solidify its certainties. But for Kant, this decade is marked by a strange, shadowy flirtation with the irrational. It begins with a name that is whispered across the coffee houses of Europe: Immanuel Swedenborg. To the rationalists of the Enlightenment, Swedenborg is a baffling riddle. He is a respected Swedish scientist and engineer, a man of iron and steam, who suddenly, in his late 50s, begins to claim that he can converse with angels, visit heaven and hell, and chat casually with the souls of the departed. For most men of science, such claims would be dismissed as the ramblings of a fevered brain, ignored with a polite cough and a turn of the page. But Kant, curious, relentless, insatiable Kant, cannot simply look away. He becomes fascinated, perhaps even obsessed, with this arch-fanatic of the North. Why? Because if Swedenborg is right, if the spirit world is accessible to the human mind, then the rigid boundaries of the physical universe that Kant loves so dearly are porous. It is a terrifying and thrilling possibility. So, imagine the elegant magister, the man of logic, secretly acting like a paranormal investigator. History provides us with a fascinating paper trail of this investigation. Kant writes letters to friends, asking for verified accounts of Swedenborg's clairvoyance. He is particularly captivated by a famous story, one that blurs the line between myth and documented history. The story goes that Swedenborg, while at a dinner party in Gothenburg, suddenly turned pale and announced that a massive fire had broken out in Stockholm, nearly 300 miles away. He described the flames moving through the streets, threatening his own home, and then, hours later, announced with relief that the fire had been extinguished 3 doors down from his property. Days later, a messenger arrived from Stockholm, confirming every detail, down to the hour. Kant treats this story not as a ghost story, but as data. He hunts for witnesses. He weighs the evidence. For a brief, shimmering moment, the philosopher wonders, is it possible? Is there a pneumatic world that overlaps with our own, like a second map printed on transparent paper? Driven by this curiosity, Kant makes a decision that is both tragic and deeply relatable to anyone who has ever made an impulse purchase. He buys Swedenborg's massive multi-volume work, Arcana Coelestia. It is a staggeringly expensive set of books, costing Kant a significant portion of his meager income. One can imagine him carrying the heavy, leather-bound tomes up the stairs to his room, anticipating a revelation, a key to the hidden universe. He lights his lamp, settles into his chair, and begins to read. And he reads, and he reads. But instead of profound secrets, he finds what he considers to be hypochondriacal winds. The books are filled with endless, repetitive descriptions of angels, spirits, and bizarre allegories that seem to dissolve into nonsense the moment he tries to grasp them with logic. The disappointment is palpable. The great investment has yielded nothing but confusion. The spirit world turns out to be a boring place. In 1766, Kant publishes his response, a strange and brilliant little book titled Dreams of a Spirit Seer, elucidated by dreams of metaphysics. The tone is unlike anything else he ever wrote. It is playful, sarcastic, almost mean-spirited at times. The sound of a buyer with buyer's remorse. He mocks Swedenborg, calling his visions dream castles, and suggesting that the only spirits the Swede is seeing are the result of digestion. He jokes that if spirits take up no space, then 1,000 angels could dance on the point of a needle. But they would still be irrelevant to us. Yet beneath the humor and the mockery, there is a profound philosophical sadness, a melancholy of the intellect. Kant is not just attacking Swedenborg, he is attacking himself. He realizes that the grand metaphysical systems of the past, the towering arguments about the nature of the soul and the structure of heaven, are no different from Swedenborg's ghost stories. The philosopher who builds a castle of logic in the sky is just as much a dreamer as the mystic who talks to the dead. Both are stepping beyond the limits of human experience. Both are seeing things that aren't there. This is the pivotal moment of the spirit seer phase. Kant takes the concept of the spirit and gently pushes it out of the realm of knowledge and into the realm of faith. He draws a line in the sand, a line he will never cross again. On one side is the world of experience, the world we can see, touch, measure, and prove. On the other side is the world of spirits, God, and the afterlife. Things we can hope for, things we can believe in, but things we can never, ever know with the certainty of science. It is a moment of resignation, but also of liberation. He is freeing philosophy from the burden of ghost hunting. He compares the metaphysician to a man who is in love with a cloud. He can admire it, he can write poetry about it, but he can never embrace it. Scholars still debate the esoteric Kant regarding this period. Some argue that his public mockery was a mask, that privately he retained a deep, secret longing for the mystical, that he wanted Swedenborg to be right, even as he proved him wrong. They point to the fact that Kant continued to lecture on rational psychology and the nature of the soul long after this. Was the dreams of a spirit seer a true dismissal? Or was it a protective spell, a way to guard his own mind against the seductive chaos of the irrational? We may never know for sure. But the image of Kant in his room, surrounded by those expensive, disappointing books, is a powerful one. The candle flickers, casting long, dancing shadows against the wall, shadows that look suspiciously like ghosts. But Kant refuses to blink. He stares at the shadows until they resolve back into simple optical phenomena. He forces the ghosts to become physics. There is a soft, gentle humor in how he concludes this chapter of his life. He decides that since we cannot know the spirit world, we should probably stop worrying about it and focus on being good people in this one. Let us look after our happiness, he writes, and let the next world look after itself. It is a practical, grounding advice, like a mother telling a child to stop worrying about monsters and go to sleep. The Spirit Seer episode acts as a vaccine for his mind. Having been exposed to the virus of mysticism and survived, he is now immune. He is ready to build a philosophy that doesn't need angels to hold it up. As we leave this strange, misty interlude, imagine the heavy volumes of Swedenborg collecting dust in the corner of his room. Kant ignores them now. He turns his chair away from the shadows and back toward the window, where the light of the Enlightenment is shining, bright, clear, and cold. He has learned a valuable lesson. The human mind is a powerful projector, capable of populating the dark with infinite visions. To find the truth, one must learn to turn the projector off and look at the blank screen. The ghosts of the north fade away, retreating into the fog of the Baltic, leaving Immanuel Kant alone with his tea and his thoughts. The silence returns, but it is a different kind of silence now. Not the hushed expectancy of a séance, but the quiet, disciplined silence of a laboratory. The dreamer has woken up, but the awakening is not yet complete. A whisper from Scotland is about to reach his ears, a skepticism far more dangerous than any ghost, and it will shake him more than the Lisbon earthquake ever did. The years drift by in Königsberg, marked not by dramatic battles or royal decrees, but by the quiet turning of pages and the slow accumulation of candle wax on a scholar's desk. We find ourselves now in the late 1760s, a time when Immanuel Kant, now a man in his mid-40s, seemed to have settled into a comfortable intellectual rhythm. He was a respected lecturer, a man of established habits, and a philosopher who believed, like most German thinkers of his time, that the universe was a structure of pure, crystalline reason. This was the dogmatic world, a fortress of thought built by giants like Leibniz and Wolff, who taught that the human mind, if it just thought hard enough, could pierce the veil of reality and understand God, the soul, and the cosmos with absolute certainty. It was a comforting belief, a warm blanket for the intellect. Kant was asleep in this blanket, dreaming the sweet dream of rationalism. But thousands of miles away, in the misty, rain-soaked city of Edinburgh, a jovial Scotsman named David Hume was sharpening a philosophical knife that would cut that blanket to shreds. Hume is one of history's most delightful disruptors, a man of immense intellect and equally immense waistline, known for his good nature, his love of whist, and his terrifying skepticism. He did not attack philosophy with anger. He dismantled it with a smile. And when his writings finally crossed the North Sea and landed on Kant's desk, the effect was not an explosion, but a sudden, chilling draft that woke the sleeper up. Imagine the scene. Kant, the neat and orderly Prussian, opening the pages of Hume's inquiry concerning human understanding. The room is silent, save for the ticking of the clock. As he reads, a frown deepens on his forehead. Hume was asking a question so simple, so innocent, that it was devastating. How do we know that one thing causes another? We see a billiard ball strike another, and the second one moves. We see the first ball cause the movement, but Hume whispered, "No, look closer. You see the first ball move, you see the touch, you see the second ball move, but you do not see the cause. You do not see the invisible force that binds them together. You only see a sequence. Event A, then event B. We expect the second ball to move because of habit, because we've seen it happen 1,000 times before. But habit is not proof. Habit is not logic. Just because the sun has risen every day for 1 billion years does not prove, with absolute logical necessity, that it must rise tomorrow. It is merely a very, very good bet. To us, this might sound like a fun riddle to discuss over wine, but to Kant, it was an intellectual catastrophe. If Hume was right, then the entire edifice of science, the physics of Newton that Kant loved so dearly, was built on sand. Gravity wasn't a law. It was just a habit of the universe that could change at any moment. And if science was shaky, metaphysics was impossible. How could we prove the existence of God or the immortality of the soul, things we can't even see? If we can't even prove that a stone must fall when dropped, the dogmatic slumber was over. Kant later famously wrote, "I freely admit that it was the remembrance of David Hume that interrupted my dogmatic slumber and gave my investigations in the field of speculative philosophy a quite new direction." It is a beautiful phrase, dogmatic slumber, suggesting that certainty is a kind of sleep, a state where we stop questioning the ground beneath us. Hume had pulled the rug out, and Kant was now wide awake, staring into an abyss where the laws of the universe used to be. But here is where the story pivots from tragedy to triumph. Lesser minds might have become cynics, throwing up their hands and declaring that truth is impossible. But Kant was made of sterner stuff. He accepted Hume's challenge, but he rejected his conclusion. He agreed that we cannot see causality in the world. The cause isn't painted on the billiard ball. But, and this is the colossal but that changes history, we still know it's true. We know every effect has a cause. If the connection isn't in the world, where is it? Kant looked inward. He looked at the mind itself. What if, he wondered, the concept of cause isn't something we find out there, but something we bring from in here? What if the mind is not a passive mirror reflecting the world, but an active machine that stamps the world with order? Imagine a man born with blue-tinted glasses permanently attached to his face. Everything he sees, the snow, the clouds, the white paper, looks blue to him. He might conclude that blueness is a property of the world, but in reality, the blueness comes from his glasses. Kant began to suspect that space, time, and causality are the blue glasses of the human mind. We can't help but see the world as caused, as structured, as timed, because that is how our minds are built. This realization was the spark of the Copernican revolution in philosophy. Just as Copernicus realized the stars don't revolve around the spectator, but the spectator revolves around the sun, Kant realized that objects don't shape our knowledge. Our knowledge shapes objects. It was a dizzying, vertigo-inducing thought. It meant that while we can know the world of experience perfectly because we are the ones structuring it, we can never step outside our own glasses to see the world as it is in itself. The thing in itself, the Ding an sich, remains forever locked away, a mysterious X that triggers our senses, but can never be fully known. It is a humbling thought, whispering to us that our reality is a human reality, tailored to our specific mental architecture. Historians often argue about exactly when this breakthrough occurred. Was it a sudden flash of insight while walking under the linden trees? Or was it a slow, grinding erosion of old ideas, like water wearing down a stone? The evidence points to the latter. Throughout the late 1760s, Kant's letters show a mind in flux, wrestling with these demons. He was like an architect who realizes halfway through building a cathedral that the foundation is cracked. He has two choices: patch it up and hope it holds, or tear it all down and start over. Kant chose the demolition. He began to withdraw. He stopped publishing. He declined social invitations. The witty conversational magister began to recede, and the silent, focused professor began to emerge. He needed time, not weeks or months, but years. He needed to rebuild the universe from the ground up, brick by logical brick. There is a quiet heroism in this pause. In a world that demands constant output, publish or perish, speak or be forgotten, Kant chose silence. He chose the difficult, lonely work of thinking a problem through to its absolute end. He knew that to answer Hume, he couldn't just offer a better argument. He had to reinvent how we think about thinking. So, the dogmatic slumber gave way to a period of intense, wakeful labor. The ghosts of Swedenborg were gone, replaced by the skeptical ghost of David Hume, who sat in the corner of Kant's study, smiling his Scottish smile, waiting to see if the Prussian could solve the riddle. The books were stacked high. The ink was fresh. The city of Königsberg continued its bustling trade. The ships coming and going, the merchants shouting their wares. But in the house on Magister Street, the curtains were drawn. A great silence was descending, a silence that would last for a decade. But inside that silence, the loudest revolution in the history of thought was beginning to boil. The sleeper had awakened, and he had a lot of work to do. The year is 1770, and Immanuel Kant is 46 years old. By the standards of the 18th century, he is entering the autumn of his life. His hair is graying, his shoulders are perhaps a little more stooped, and he has finally achieved the one thing he has sought for 15 years. The position of Professor of Logic and Metaphysics at the University of Königsberg. He delivers his inaugural dissertation, a brilliant Latin text on the nature of space and time, to a hall packed with dignitaries in powdered wigs. The applause is polite, the relief is immense, and the career is secured. By all the laws of academic momentum, this should be the moment the floodgates open. The world expects a torrent of books, a flurry of lectures, the harvest of a mature mind. Instead, the door to his study closes, the latch clicks, and a profound, baffling silence descends. This is the beginning of the silent decade, a period that historians of philosophy view with a mixture of awe and anxiety. For 10 long years, from 1770 to 1781, Kant publishes almost nothing of significance. To the outside world, it looked as if the great thinker had fallen asleep, or worse, that he had run out of things to say. But we, drifting like ghosts through the walls of his house, know the truth. He was not sleeping. He was wrestling. Imagine the atmosphere of this house on the Prinzessenstrasse. It is quiet, yes, but it is the quiet of a bomb squad defusing a complex device. Kant had realized, shortly after his inauguration, that his dissertation was flawed. It was a good start, but it didn't solve the problem Hume had posed. It didn't explain how the mind and the world truly touch, and so he decided to fix it. He told his friends, with the optimistic naivety of every writer who has ever lived, that he would be finished in a few months. By Easter, he wrote. Easter came and went. By Christmas, he promised, the snows fell and melted. Next spring, surely. The seasons turned into a blur of grey and green, and still, the manuscript remained a chaotic pile of notes. This is a struggle that resonates with anyone who has ever tried to create something difficult. It is the dark night of the intellect. Kant was attempting to build a bridge across an abyss that had swallowed every philosopher before him. And he was doing it alone, in the dark, with no map. During these years, the world outside was exploding with change. While Kant stared at his wall, wondering about the nature of synthetic a priori judgments, the American colonies were boiling over with revolution. The Boston Tea Party happened. The Declaration of Independence was signed. Washington crossed the Delaware. Far away, empires were fracturing, and new nations were being born in fire and blood. But in Königsberg, the only battle was between a man and a question. There is a strange grounding comfort in this contrast. It reminds us that while history screams, thought whispers. The birth of a new idea can be just as agonizing and just as revolutionary as the birth of a country. Kant read the newspapers, of course. He was a news junkie. But he did not let the chaos of the globe disturb the delicate architecture he was constructing in his head. He was fighting for something he believed was even more fundamental than political liberty, the liberty of the mind to understand itself. His correspondence from this period offers a touching glimpse into his distress. He writes to his brilliant former student, Marcus Hertz, who is living the high life in Berlin. In these letters, the great professor sounds vulnerable, almost apologetic. He complains of indisposition, of nervous weakness, of the sheer weight of the task. He is like a man holding a heavy roof up with his bare hands, afraid that if he lets go for even a second, the whole structure will collapse. He describes his mind as being in a state of fermentation, a bubbling, messy process where clarity is fighting to emerge from the muck. Yet he refuses to rush. This is the supreme discipline of the silent decade. He could have published a dozen mediocre books. He could have stayed relevant, but he chose the silence of perfection over the noise of production. He understood that some truths require a long winter to ripen. Inside the study, the physical evidence of this struggle accumulated. Kant wrote his notes on scraps of paper, backs of envelopes, old letters, laundry lists. These are the famous loose blätter, the loose leaves. Imagine the desk covered in these scraps, a paper snowdrift of genius. He would write a thought down, pin it to another, rearrange them, stare at them, and then rewrite them. It was a puzzle with 1,000 pieces, and the picture kept changing. He was trying to map the human mind from the inside out. He had to act as both the explorer and the terrain. It was an exhausting mental gymnastics. He later confessed that there were moments of deep despair, times when he felt he had lost his way entirely in the labyrinth of reason, but he always returned to the desk. The routine held him together when the ideas fell apart. The morning tea, the pipe, the lecture, the lunch, the walk, the evening reading. The repetition was the trellis upon which the wild vine of his thought could climb. Friends began to worry. Had he gone senile? Was he lazy? There were whispers in the academic community that Kant was a spent force, a man who had peaked early and was now content to rest on his laurels. How wrong they were. He was not spent, he was compressed. He was a coiled spring, gathering potential energy with every passing year. There is a gentle humor in imagining the townspeople of Königsberg shaking their heads as they saw him staring blankly out the window. Poor Herr Professor, they might have thought. He has nothing left to give. Little did they know, he was busy dismantling the very fabric of their reality. He was inventing a new language, a new way of seeing. He was creating terms like transcendental apperception and antinomies, words that sound formidable, but are really just tools, like hammers and chisels, for working on the hard stone of truth. As the decade neared its end, the pressure became almost physical. The year 1780 arrived. He was 56. The silence had lasted 10 years. The few months had stretched into a lifetime. The scattered notes had become a mountain. And then something clicked. The fermentation stopped. The wine was clear. Kant realized that he could not keep polishing the individual stones. He had to build the cathedral. In a burst of superhuman energy that contradicts everything we know about his slow, methodical nature, he decided to write the book quickly. He gathered his decade of thinking, and over the course of about 4 or 5 months, in early 1781, he poured it all onto the page. He didn't worry about elegant prose anymore. He didn't worry about being easy to understand. He just needed to get it out. It was a frantic, feverish transcription of a vision that had taken 10 years to clarify. The long silence is perhaps the most crucial lesson Kant's life offers to the modern soul. In an age where we are terrified of silence, where we feel the need to broadcast every thought the moment it occurs, Kant teaches us the power of holding back. He teaches us that true understanding is a slow-cooked meal, not a fast food snack. He shows us that it is okay to disappear for a while, to go underground, to let the world think you are finished, as long as you are doing the work that matters to you. The silence was not empty. It was pregnant. It was the deep breath before the aria. And as the winter of 1780 turned into the spring of 1781, the breath was finally held, the lungs were full, and Immanuel Kant was ready to sing the song that would wake the world. The study door is about to open. The ink is wet. The silent decade is over, and the noise of the critique is about to begin. But before the book lands with a thud on the desks of Europe, we must look at the clockwork that made it possible, the famous rhythmic machinery of his daily life that kept him sane while his mind was exploding. The clock on the tower of the Königsberg Cathedral strikes 3:30 in the afternoon. The sound reverberates through the damp air, bouncing off the brick warehouses and fading into the grey waters of the Pregel. At precisely this moment, not a minute sooner, not a minute later, the front door of the house on Prinzessenstrasse opens. A small, frail figure emerges, wrapped in a grey coat, holding a Spanish cane in one hand and a three-cornered hat in the other. This is Immanuel Kant, stepping out into the world. If you were a neighbor living on that street in the late 18th century, you would not need a pocket watch to know the time. You would simply look out your window. If Herr Professor Kant was stepping onto the cobblestones, it was 3:30. If he was turning the corner, it was 3:35. This daily ritual, this absolute synchronization of a human life with the mechanical passage of time, has become the most enduring legend of his biography. It is said that the housewives of Königsberg set their kitchen clocks by his passing, a story that, while likely embroidered by the affection of history, captures a profound truth about the man. He had become a constant in a changing world, a human metronome beating in the heart of the city. Let us walk with him for a while. The route is always the same. He heads towards the Philosophendamm, the Philosopher's Walk, a path lined with linden trees that offers a view of the river and the bustling activity of the port. The walk is not a leisurely stroll for enjoyment. It is a medical and philosophical necessity. Kant was a man deeply concerned, perhaps even obsessed, with his own health. He believed that his body was a fragile vessel that required rigorous maintenance to support the heavy cargo of his mind. As he walks, you will notice something peculiar. He is breathing exclusively through his nose, his lips pressed tightly together. This is not out of rudeness or a desire to avoid conversation. It is a deliberate health strategy. Kant believed that the open air, especially the damp, raw air of the Baltic, was dangerous if inhaled directly into the lungs. He theorized that by breathing through the nose, the air was filtered and warmed before entering the body, thus preventing colds, coughs, and consumption. He walked alone for this very reason. If he walked with a companion, he would be forced to talk, to open his mouth, and to invite the chaotic, disease-ridden air into his system. So the walk was a silent communion. Imagine the sensory experience of this hour. The wind rustles the leaves of the linden trees, a sound like dry paper crinkling. The scent of the river, tar, fish, and wet wood mixes with the faint, sweet perfume of the blossoms in spring or the sharp smell of coal smoke in winter. Kant's cane taps against the stones in a steady rhythm. Click, click, click. His pace is not fast, but it is relentless. He does not stop to browse the shop windows. He does not pause to pet a stray dog. He moves with the aerodynamic efficiency of a man who has calculated the optimal expenditure of energy. The grey coat he wears is modest, yet always immaculate, held together by a single button or perhaps a clasp, fluttering slightly in the breeze. This coat becomes a part of his identity, a shell that protects the philosopher from the elements. While his body moves in this predictable loop, his mind is free to roam the edges of the universe. There is a deep connection between walking and thinking for Kant. The rhythm of his legs seems to act as a pump for his thoughts. As he passes the familiar landmarks, the green ramparts of the fortress, the wooden bridges, the bustling market stalls closing for the afternoon, the problems that knotted up his mind at the desk begin to untangle. The transcendental deduction makes sense when viewed against the backdrop of the flowing river. The antinomies of pure reason resolve themselves with the steady beat of his footsteps. The walk is not an escape from work. It is the laboratory where the work is tested against reality. If an idea can survive the wind and the noise of the street, it is strong enough to be written down. We must also mention the shadow that sometimes accompanied him in spirit, if not in body: Joseph Green. Green was an English merchant living in Königsberg, a man who traded in everything from coal to herrings, and he was perhaps Kant's closest friend. Green was, if such a thing is possible, even more punctual than Kant. There is a delightful story that illustrates their bond. One afternoon, Kant and Green agreed to go for a drive in Green's carriage. They set the departure time for 7 a.m. sharp. Kant, usually precise to the second, was delayed by a few moments. Perhaps a button on his coat was loose, or a thought detained him. He arrived at the corner at 7:02. Green's carriage was gone. The merchant had left exactly at 7:00. Seeing no reason to wait for a man who was late, even if that man was his best friend, Kant, far from being offended, was delighted. He respected Green's absolute adherence to the rule. This was a friendship built not on emotional indulgence, but on a shared reverence for order. Green was the practical mirror to Kant's theoretical mind, a man who lived by the clock of commerce, just as Kant lived by the clock of reason. As the years passed, the philosopher's walk became a sacred space for the citizens of Königsberg. They learned to respect the little man in the grey coat. They would step aside to let him pass, tipping their hats in silent greeting. They knew better than to interrupt him. To stop Kant on his walk would be like sticking a hand into the gears of a running engine. Dangerous and rude. There is a story that eventually, the linden trees on his favorite path became so overgrown that they blocked his view of the river. Kant, who loved the sight of the water, mentioned this annoyance to the city authorities. The city, honoring their most famous son, promptly trimmed the trees. It was a small gesture, but a telling one. The city was shaping itself around the philosopher, just as he had shaped his life around the city. But the walk was also a battle against the encroaching frailties of age. As he grew older, the weather seemed colder, the wind sharper. He developed a phobia of sweating, believing it drained the vital fluids. So he would stand still in the shade if he felt himself overheating, waiting for his temperature to regulate before moving on. He became an expert on the electricity of the air, checking the hygrometer before leaving the house, analyzing the clouds like a sailor. Every puddle was a hazard to be negotiated. Every loose stone was a potential catastrophe. Yet, he walked. Through rain, through snow, through the oppressive heat of July, he walked. To stop walking was to admit defeat. It was to let chaos win. One day, in his very late years, he did not appear at 3:30. The neighbors watched. The curtains remained drawn. The street felt empty, unbalanced. The clock struck 3:45, then 4:00. A ripple of unease went through the neighborhood. It was the first sign that the great mechanism was winding down. But for the vast majority of his life, for decades upon decades, he was there, a grey ghost moving through the green tunnel of trees. As we watch him turn back towards Prinzessenstrasse, the sun beginning to dip lower in the sky, we realize that this ritual was not a cage, but an anchor in a life spent exploring the terrifying, boundless limits of human knowledge, where the mind could so easily get lost in the abyss of the abstract. The walk was the tether that pulled him back to earth. It reminded him that he had a body, that he lived in a city, that gravity was real. The click, click, click of the cane was a mantra. I am here. I am here. I am here. He reaches his door. He stamps the mud from his boots. He checks his pocket watch. It is exactly time to return. He enters the house, and the door clicks shut, sealing the philosopher back into his sanctuary. The street is empty again, but the rhythm remains. A ghost beat on the cobblestones that echoes even now, reminding us that genius is not just a flash of lightning, but a long, steady walk in the same direction, day after day, year after year. Behind every great mind that seeks to order the universe, there is often a quieter, rougher pair of hands that seeks to order the household. For Immanuel Kant, those hands belong to Martin Lampe. To tell the story of the philosopher without speaking of the servant is to describe a clock without mentioning the spring that winds it. Lampe was a retired Prussian soldier from Würzburg, a man of simple origins and sturdy constitution, who entered Kant's service in 1762 and remained there for 40 long, complicated years. Their relationship was one of the most intimate and peculiar in the history of philosophy, a marriage of convenience between the highest abstract reason and the bluntest physical reality. If Kant was the mind of the house on Prinzessenstrasse, Lampe was its body, its muscle, and occasionally its stumbling block. The day in the Kant household began not with a theory, but with a command. At exactly 4:55 each morning, while the city of Königsberg was still wrapped in the heavy woolen blanket of sleep, Lampe would enter the philosopher's bedroom. He was under strict military-style orders. Kant was to be woken instantly. There was to be no negotiation, no 5 more minutes, no mercy. Kant knew his own weakness for the warmth of the bed, and he deputized Lampe to be the enforcer of his will. The servant would bark, "It is time," with the authority of a sergeant major. Kant, groggy and perhaps dreaming of categories, would rise immediately. He prided himself on never once, in 40 years, having disobeyed Lampe's morning summons. It is a fascinating dynamic. The man who wrote about the autonomy of the will, voluntarily submitting himself to the tyranny of his servant to ensure his day started correctly. In those dark, early hours, Lampe was the master, and the philosopher was the recruit. Once up, the day's machinery began to whir. Lampe's duties were manifold and precise. He prepared the tea, weak, waiting for the master to sip it while smoking his one daily pipe. He laid out the clothes. He brushed the coat. He guarded the door against unwanted visitors, acting as the gatekeeper to the sanctuary. Lampe was not an educated man. There is little evidence. He understood a word of the books piling up on the desk he dusted. To him, the critique of pure reason was likely just another stack of paper to be kept straight. Yet, he took a strange, possessive pride in his master's fame. He wore a yellow coat that Kant provided for him, a livery that marked him as a member of a distinguished house. When students or dignitaries arrived, Lampe would usher them in with a mixture of military stiffness and domestic familiarity. He was a fixture, as much a part of the furniture as the writing desk. But as the decades rolled on, 10 years, 20 years, 30, the relationship began to fray. The tragedy of Martin Lampe is the tragedy of a man who could not change in a house dedicated to the evolution of thought. While Kant's mind remained sharp and disciplined, Lampe's character began to dissolve into the hazy comfort of the bottle. He developed a fondness for schnapps that slowly grew from a habit into a vice. The discipline he showed at 4:55 a.m. would unravel by 4:55 p.m. He became argumentative, surly, and erratic. For Kant, who valued peace of mind above all earthly treasures, this was a torture worse than illness. The household, which was supposed to be a temple of silence, became a theater of petty domestic squabbles. Lampe would mishandle money, break crockery, or return from errands with slurred speech and a red face. There is a profound, almost heartbreaking humanity in the way Kant tolerated this for so long. He was a man of immense patience, and he felt a deep sense of responsibility toward the old soldier. They had grown grey together. Lampe had been there before the fame, before the critique, back when they were just two bachelors struggling to make ends meet. To cast him out felt like amputating a limb. Kant tried everything. He wrote notes, he scolded, he offered incentives. But the chaos continued to creep in. The tension reached its breaking point in 1802, when Kant was 78 years old and frail, nearing the end of his own journey. The disorder caused by Lampe, who was now allegedly abusing the philosopher verbally and perhaps even physically mishandling him, became dangerous. The painful decision was made. After 4 decades of service, Martin Lampe was dismissed. The separation was traumatic for Kant. It was a disruption of the mechanism that terrified him. He had to hire a new servant, a man named Johann Kaufmann, but the ghost of Lampe refused to leave the rooms. Kant found himself constantly thinking about the old soldier, worrying about him, being angry at him, missing the routine they had shared. It was an emotional turbulence that his philosophy could not easily soothe. And so, in one of the most poignant moments in literary history, Kant used his pen to perform an exorcism. He sat at his desk, took a scrap of paper, and wrote a memorandum to himself in large, shaky letters. The name of Lampe must be entirely forgotten. Stare at that sentence for a moment. The name of Martin Lampe must be entirely forgotten. It is a paradox, a logical loop. By writing it down, by making it a rule, he was memorializing the very thing he wished to erase. He was commanding his memory to obey him, just as he had once commanded Lampe to wake him up. But memory is not a servant. It is a wild thing. The note sat on his desk, a testament to the fact that even the greatest master of reason could not simply think his heartbreak away. It reveals a Kant who is deeply, painfully human, a man hurt by the betrayal of a friend, a man who needed closure so badly he tried to legislate it into existence. Lampe, for his part, did not disappear into the ether. Kant, ever the dutiful ethical thinker, ensured that the old man was provided for. He arranged a pension for him, on the condition that Lampe never show his face in the house again. It was a golden handshake given with a trembling hand. Lampe lived out his remaining years in Königsberg, a confused exile from the kingdom of philosophy, telling anyone who would listen about his years serving the great professor. He died a few years after his dismissal, likely never understanding why the door had been closed so firmly. The story of Martin Lampe serves as a grounding wire for the high voltage of Kant's life. It reminds us that the philosopher did not live in a vacuum. He lived in a house with creaking floorboards, dirty laundry, and difficult people. It challenges the image of the disembodied intellect. Kant needed Lampe. He needed someone to buy the bread, to light the fire, to tell him what time it was. The autonomy he wrote about was supported by a web of dependency. In the silence of the study, after the dismissal, the absence of the old soldier must have been deafening. The new servant, Kaufmann, was efficient, but he was not the history. He didn't know the rhythm of the breathing, the specific way the coat needed to be brushed. As we leave this section, imagine the elderly Kant sitting at his desk, his eyes drifting to that strange little note. The name of Lampe must be entirely forgotten. He sighs, dipping his quill to return to his work on the opus posthumum. The house is quieter now, safer, but perhaps a little colder. The clock strikes the hour, and for the first time in 40 years, the footsteps in the hall sound different. The mechanism has been repaired with a new part, but the friction of the change has left a mark. It is a lesson in the limits of control. We can govern the stars in our minds, and we can define the moral law, but we cannot always govern the unruly, messy, heartbreaking conduct of the people we share our breakfast with. And sometimes, the hardest thing to command is not the will, but the heart that refuses to forget what it has lost. The silence of the decade officially breaks in the spring of 1781, not with a shout, but with the heavy, dull thud of a book landing on the desks of Europe. The Leipzig Fair, the great marketplace of ideas where publishers unveiled their wares to the reading public, sees the arrival of a tome with a title as dry as the parchment it is printed on. Kritik der reinen Vernunft, the critique of pure reason. To hold the first edition in your hands is to hold a physical manifestation of pure intellectual will. It is over 800 pages long, printed in dense Gothic type on paper that smells of rag and oil. There is no dedication to a king, no flowery introduction promising easy answers. It is a fortress of a book, forbidding and grey, demanding that the reader scale its walls or turn back. Immanuel Kant, sitting in Königsberg, waits. He has poured the fermentation of his silent years into this vessel. He knows with the terrifying certainty of a genius that he has solved the riddle of existence that stumped Plato, Descartes, and Hume. He expects, if not immediate applause, at least immediate shock, a recognition that the tectonic plates of philosophy have shifted. He waits for the letters to pour in. He waits for the reviews to herald the new age. But what comes back to him, at least initially, is a reaction far more painful than outrage: confusion. The book is simply too hard. It is a dense thicket of new terminology, a jungle of clauses within clauses, where the subject of a sentence is often separated from its verb by a paragraph of qualifications. His friend Moses Mendelssohn, a brilliant thinker in his own right, famously calls it a nerve juices consuming book, confessing that he had to stop reading it because he felt himself on the verge of a mental collapse. Marcus Hertz, the student to whom Kant had poured out his soul in letters, returns the manuscript half-read, joking darkly that if he had finished it, he would have ended up in a madhouse. The public is baffled. They were expecting an elegant essay from the elegant magister. Instead, they received a technical manual for the human mind, written in a language they barely recognized. The reviews, when they finally trickle in, are dismissive. One reviewer complains that the book is a system of higher idealism that reduces the world to a dream, completely missing the point. For a moment, it seems as if the greatest work of modern philosophy is destined to sink like a stone in the deep waters of indifference. Yet amidst this disappointment, Kant remains strangely calm. He is disappointed. Yes, he grumbles about the misunderstanding of his critics, but he is not shaken. He knows the book is difficult because the subject is difficult. He later admitted that he had written the text in a furious sprint of about 4 or 5 months, sacrificing elegance for the sake of getting the system down on paper before he died. He was an architect who had built a cathedral in a hurry. The stones were rough-hewn, the mortar was messy, but the arches held. He trusted that eventually eyes would adjust to the dim light of his interior. And he was right. Slowly, inevitably, the Copernican revolution began to take hold. This is the central metaphor that anchors the book, a comparison so bold it reoriented the entire axis of Western thought. Kant asks us to imagine the astronomer Nicholas Copernicus. Before him, men believed the Earth was stationary and the sun revolved around it. The math was messy, the orbits were complicated, and nothing quite fit. Then, Copernicus tried a simple experiment. He made the spectator revolve and kept the stars still. Suddenly, the chaos resolved into order. Kant proposes the exact same flip for philosophy. For centuries, thinkers assumed that our mind is a passive mirror that must conform to the objects around us. The world is out there, hard and fixed, and we just copy it into our brains. No, whispers Kant from the pages of the Critique. Try the other way. Assume that the objects must conform to the mind. Assume that the human mind is not a mirror but a mold. The world we experience, the world of tables, chairs, atoms, and stars, is poured into the mold of our consciousness, and it takes the shape of that mold. The order we see in nature is not just out there. It is a reflection of the glasses we are wearing. We bring space, we bring time, and we bring causality to the party. We are not guests in the universe. In a profound sense, we are its co-creators. This idea is the Copernican revolution. It is a thought that induces a kind of pleasurable vertigo, a gentle spinning of the soul. If Kant is right, then the human mind is the center of its own reality. We are no longer passive observers. We are the legislators of nature. The laws of physics are, at their root, the laws of our own understanding. It is a concept that is both deeply humbling and incredibly empowering. Humbling, because it means we can never know what the universe is like without us, the noumena. Empowering, because it means the rational order we see is guaranteed, because we are the ones putting it there. As the 1780s progress, the fog of confusion surrounding the book begins to lift. Younger minds, hungry for a new direction, begin to pick up the critique. They struggle with the jargon, they wrestle with the sentences, but they feel the power pulsating beneath the prose. The book begins to gain a cult following. It becomes the secret password of the intelligentsia. To understand Kant is to possess a key to the modern world. The silent decade is vindicated. The heavy grey book that Hertz feared would drive him mad becomes the foundation upon which the next 2 centuries of thought will be built. Imagine the physical book sitting on a nightstand in a student's garret in Jena or Berlin. The candle burns low. The student reads a sentence, stops, stares at the wall, and reads it again. The prose is dry, but the feeling is electric. It is the feeling of a mind expanding, of walls being pushed back. The student realizes that he is not just learning a new philosophy. He is learning a new way to be human. The critique is not just a book. It is an event, a slow-motion explosion that starts in a print shop in Leipzig and eventually shakes the foundations of religion, science, and art. And back in Königsberg, the author of this revolution continues his walk. Click, click, click. The cane taps the stones. The neighbors set their clocks. He does not stop to sign autographs. He does not go on a book tour. He simply continues to think, for the critique of pure reason was only the first blow of the hammer. There are more critiques to come, more rooms in the cathedral to explore. But for now, the heavy lifting is done. The book is in the world. The virus of critical thought has been released. The dogmatic slumber of the human race is officially over, replaced by a wide-awake, bleary-eyed wonder at the complexity of our own minds. The year of the critique passes into history, leaving behind a permanent scar on the face of ignorance, a scar that looks from a certain angle, like a smile. Let us now step softly into the very center of the cathedral that Immanuel Kant built. We leave the noisy streets of Königsberg and the controversies of the critics behind, entering the quiet, dust-mote-filled air of the mind itself. Section 14 is about the architecture of reason, the invisible scaffolding that holds up every single moment of your waking life. It is a concept that is both incredibly complex and beautifully simple, like looking at the blueprints of a castle you have lived in since the day you were born, but never explored. To understand what Kant did in the critique, imagine a vast, chaotic warehouse. This warehouse is filled with raw data, colors, sounds, textures, smells, a blizzard of sensory information rushing in from the world outside. Without a filing system, this warehouse would be a nightmare of confusion. You would see red and hear loud and feel soft, but you wouldn't know that it was a red cushion falling on the floor. It would just be noise. Kant argues that the human mind is not just the warehouse. It is the active, diligent warehouse manager who sorts, labels, and organizes this chaos into the coherent movie we call reality. This manager works with 2 primary tools, 2 great forms that exist in our minds before we ever open our eyes: space and time. Here is the radical, shimmering thought that anchors the architecture. Space and time are not things found in the world, like rocks or trees. They are the spectacles through which we see the rocks and trees. Imagine you are wearing a pair of permanent, unremovable goggles. These goggles have a grid etched onto the lenses. Everything you look at, a mountain, a star, a cup of tea, appears to be situated within this grid. You might think the grid is out there in the world, draping over the mountains, but Kant gently touches your shoulder and says, "No, the grid is in the glass. The grid is in you." This is the transcendental aesthetic. It means that space is the form of our outer sense, how we arrange things next to each other, and time is the form of our inner sense, how we arrange events one after another. We cannot imagine an object outside of space, nor can we imagine an event outside of time, not because the universe demands it, but because our minds demand it. We are trapped, lovingly and safely, within these two forms. It is a thought that brings a strange comfort. We carry the geometry of the universe within us. We are the architects of the here and the now. But the warehouse manager has more to do than just arrange things in space and time. He must also understand them. He must connect the dots. This is where the categories come in. If space and time are the canvas, the categories are the brushes that paint the relationships. Kant identifies 12 of these pure concepts. Categories like causality, unity, reality, and necessity that serve as the filing cabinet of the intellect. When you see a billiard ball strike another, you don't just see two balls. You see cause and effect. You see a story. Kant argues that the concept of cause is not something you learned from watching billiards. It is a software pre-installed in your brain that allows you to understand billiards in the first place. Without the category of causality, the world would be a frantic, disjointed slideshow of random images. With it, the world becomes a seamless, predictable narrative. There is a scholarly debate that has simmered for over a century regarding this architecture, known as the neglected alternative. Critics like Trendelenburg asked, why can't space and time be both? Why can't they be structures in our mind and real structures in the universe? Why did Kant insist they were only in the mind? It is a fascinating question, suggesting that perhaps Kant was too strict, too eager to retreat into the fortress of the subject. But Kant held his ground for a reason. He believed that if space and time were things out there, we could never be certain about geometry or math. We could never be sure that a triangle in deep space has 180 degrees. But if space is our form, then we know for a fact that every triangle we ever see, anywhere in the universe, will have 180 degrees, because we are the ones bringing the geometry to the table. He sacrificed the reality of the container to guarantee the certainty of the contents. Navigating this architecture can feel a bit like walking through a house of mirrors, and one must smile at the sheer density of the terms Kant invented to describe it. He gives us the transcendental unity of apperception, a phrase so heavy it threatens to sink through the floorboards of the sentence. But strip away the terrifying Latinate syllables, and you find a concept of profound warmth. The transcendental unity of apperception is simply the I that accompanies every thought. It is the realization that for a thought to exist, there must be a thinker thinking it. It is the thread that binds all your experiences together into a single bundle called myself. Without this unity, you would be a different person at 3 p.m. than you were at 2 p.m. Your life would be a series of disconnected flashes. Kant tells us that the I is the steady, unmoving pole around which the world revolves. It is the ultimate anchor. Let us pause and visualize the philosopher sitting in his study, constructing this elaborate system. The room is quiet. The fire crackles. He is building a map of the mind that is more complex than any map of the coastline. He is explaining why we are sane. He is explaining why the world doesn't fall apart. There is a deep, resonant reassurance in this. The world is not a chaotic accident. It is a construction, built by the rules of reason that we all share. When you look at the moon, and I look at the moon, we see the same moon, not just because it's there, but because we are building it with the same tools. We are united in our cognitive architecture. We are all living in the same house of reason, looking out through the same windows. Kant's transcendental logic is the final wing of this palace. It is the study of the rules of thinking. He warns us, however, of a danger. The mind is so good at building, so good at connecting cause and effect, that it sometimes tries to build bridges to nowhere. It tries to use the categories to understand things that aren't in space and time. Things like God, the soul, and the infinite cosmos. This, Kant says, is where we get into trouble. This is where illusion creeps in. We try to apply the rules of the warehouse to things that can never enter the warehouse. The architecture is sturdy, but it has limits. It can hold the weight of science, but it cannot hold the weight of the supernatural. We can think about God, but we cannot know God in the same way we know a stone. As you drift deeper into relaxation, imagine the structure of your own mind as a beautiful, glowing lattice of light. It is strong. It is orderly. It is filtering the raw energy of the universe into a gentle, understandable stream. You don't have to do anything to make it work. The transcendental aesthetic is working for you right now, arranging the sound of these words in time, arranging the feeling of the sheets in space. The categories are quietly filing away the day's events, locking them into the cabinet of memory. You can trust this architecture. It has held up for a lifetime, and it will hold up through the night. Kant's gift to us in this section is the knowledge that we are not helpless drifters in a random cosmos. We are the makers of meaning. We carry the laws of nature in our pockets. The scaffolding is secure. The foundation is rock solid. And as the architect lays down his pen, satisfied that the blueprints are accurate, we can rest easy in the building he has illuminated for us. A building made of mind, built to withstand the chaos. A safe and structured place to close our eyes and sleep. We find ourselves now standing on the shores of a metaphorical island, perhaps the most famous geography in the history of philosophy. Immanuel Kant, in his exploration of the mind, paints a vivid picture of our situation. He describes the domain of human understanding, the world of science, logic, and daily experience, as an island of truth. It is a safe, fertile land enclosed by nature within unalterable boundaries. Here, the ground is solid, the maps are accurate, and the laws of physics hold sway. But surrounding this island is a wide and stormy ocean, the native home of illusion, where many fog banks and rapidly melting icebergs deceive the seafarer with the promise of new lands. This ocean represents the noumena, the vast unknowable realm of things as they exist in themselves, beyond the reach of our senses. For centuries, philosophers had launched ships into this fog, trying to map the soul of God or the true nature of substance, only to wreck their vessels on the rocks of contradiction. Kant stands on the beach, the salt spray on his coat, and gently warns us, stay on the island. This distinction between the phenomena, the world as it appears to us, and the noumena, the world as it is in itself, is the heartbeat of Kant's critical philosophy. It is a concept that can feel initially unsettling, like realizing there is a secret room in your own house that you can never enter. But as we explore it, we find a strange and settling peace. To understand it, let us pick up a simple object, a rose. Imagine holding a deep red rose in your hand. You see the velvet texture of the petals. You smell the sweet, heady fragrance. You feel the prick of the thorn. These are phenomena. They are messages sent to your brain, formatted by your senses. Your eyes interpret the light waves as red. Your nose interprets the chemical particles as sweet. But Kant asks the haunting question: what is the rose when you are not looking at it? What is the rose stripped of its redness, which is in your eye, stripped of its scent, which is in your nose, and stripped of its shape, which is in your spatial understanding? What is the rose in itself? The answer is a silence that echoes. We cannot know. We can never know. The thing in itself, the ding and sitch, remains forever hidden behind the veil of our perception. It is the mysterious X that triggers our senses, but it never shows its true face. It is like a guest at a masquerade ball who never takes off their mask. We can dance with them, talk to them, and interact with them perfectly well, but their true identity remains a secret. Some might find this frustrating. It is, after all, a bit like receiving a beautifully wrapped present that you are forbidden to open. But Kant sees it as a necessary humility. He is drawing a boundary line to protect us. By admitting that we only know the phenomena, we save ourselves from the arrogance of thinking we can explain the mysteries of the universe with the same tools we use to measure a table. Scholars have spent the last 2 centuries arguing over exactly what Kant meant by this, a debate known as the two-world versus two-aspect interpretation. The two-world camp argues that Kant believed in 2 distinct realities, a ghostly true world of noumena and a secondary, shadowy world of phenomena. It's a bit like the Matrix, where the real world is hidden behind a simulation. The two-aspect camp, however, offers a gentler reading. They suggest there is only one world, but we can look at it in 2 ways. We can look at it as an object of scientific study, phenomenon, or we can acknowledge it has an independent existence we can't access, noumenon. It is a subtle distinction, but an important one. The latter view feels less like a ghost story and more like a recognition of our own limits. It suggests that the world is real, but our view of it is simply human. There is a profound emotional resonance in the concept of the noumena. It creates a space for mystery in a world that was becoming increasingly mechanical. Remember, the Enlightenment was busy explaining everything. Lightning was electricity, not Zeus. Disease was bacteria, not demons. It seemed only a matter of time before science explained away the soul, freedom, and God. But Kant's thing in itself acted as a shield. He famously wrote in the preface to the Critique that he found it necessary to deny knowledge in order to make room for faith. Because science is limited to the island of phenomena, the world of space, time, and causality, it can never touch the noumena. It can measure the brain, but it cannot find the soul. It can trace the causes of your actions, but it cannot disprove your freedom. The noumena became a safe harbor for the spiritual, a place where the heart could still breathe, even as the mind accepted the laws of physics. Let us return to the image of the island. Imagine the philosopher walking along its perimeter. He surveys the land with the satisfaction of a surveyor who has finally driven the stakes into the correct corners. He knows that on this island, we can have certainty. We can build bridges that stand, cure diseases that kill, and predict the motion of the planets. This is the land of truth, and it is enough for us. We do not need to swim out into the fog. There is a deeply soothing quality to this resignation. It is the relief of stopping a futile search. We don't have to stress about knowing the ultimate reality because we are not built for it. We are built for this reality, the human reality, the world of sunsets, handshakes, and warm tea. Kant's separation of the world also solves the problem of freedom, which was keeping him awake at night. If the world is just a machine of cause and effect, phenomena, then we are just cogs in the machine. Every thought, every action, is just a domino falling. But if there is a noumenal aspect to us, a self in itself that stands outside of time and causality, then perhaps, just perhaps, we are free. In the phenomenal world, I am determined by my biology and my past. But in the noumenal world, I am an agent who can choose the moral law. We cannot prove this freedom, because proof belongs to the island. But we can act on it. We can live as if we are free. This is the practical turn that will define the rest of his philosophy. The door to the noumena is locked to the intellect, but it might be slightly ajar to the will. As we linger in this section, let the tension between the known and the unknown soften into a comfortable balance. Think of your own mind as that island. You have your thoughts, your memories, your clear understanding of the day's events. That is your solid ground. But surrounding it is the vast mystery of existence. Why there is something rather than nothing. What happens after the show is over. What the universe is dreaming of. Kant tells us it is okay not to know those things. It is okay to stand on the shore and listen to the waves of the unknown without feeling the need to jump in. The fog is not an enemy. It is a curtain that gives the stage its definition. We leave Immanuel Kant there, gazing out at the stormy ocean of the metaphysical void, but turning his back on it to tend to the garden of the mind. He has drawn the map. He has marked the "Here be monsters" sections and the "Safe for farming" sections. He has given us permission to be agnostics about the ultimate nature of reality, while being absolute believers in the reality of our experience. The rose may be a mystery in itself, but its scent is sweet, its color is red, and its beauty is real enough for us. The thing in itself can keep its secrets. We have plenty to explore right here on the island of the human. And as the mist rolls in over the Baltic Sea, blurring the line between the water and the sky, we find comfort in the clarity of the line Kant has drawn between what we can know and what we must simply trust. The mind settles, the questions drift away into the fog, and we remain safe and sound on the solid ground of the present moment. We have mapped the island of the human mind, tracing the coastlines of what we can know. But now Immanuel Kant asks us to turn inward, away from the stormy ocean of the unknown, and toward the quiet, steady pulse of the human heart. The year is 1785. The dust from the critique of pure reason has settled, and Kant is ready to launch his second great expedition. He publishes a slim, powerful book titled Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals. If the critique was a blueprint for a fortress, the groundwork is the constitution for a kingdom, the kingdom of the human will. It poses a question that keeps us all awake at night, staring at the ceiling in the dark. What should I do? Not, what can I do? Or, what would be fun to do? But, what is the right thing to do? In a world of shifting gray areas, Kant steps forward with a lantern that burns with a white, unwavering light. He is searching for a moral law that is as solid and predictable as the law of gravity. To find it, he begins with a radical sweeping away of the usual suspects. He looks at the ancient Greeks, who said morality was about achieving happiness. Kant shakes his head gently. Happiness is too vague, too wavering. What makes one man happy might make another miserable. He looks at the religious thinkers, who said morality is obeying God's command. Kant pauses. He respects religion, but he worries. If we only be good because we fear hell or want heaven, is that true goodness? Or is it just a holy transaction? No, he concludes. True morality cannot come from outside, not from the state, not from the church, not even from the desire to be happy. It must come from within. It must be a law we give to ourselves. This is the birth of autonomy, the idea that the human being is a self-governing agent, capable of legislation. And so, we arrive at the crown jewel of Kantian ethics, a concept that has echoed through the corridors of history ever since. The categorical imperative. The name sounds intimidating, like a military order, but the concept is beautifully, elegantly simple. It is a tool, a compass for the soul. Kant formulates it in several ways, but the most famous version whispers this: act only according to that maxim whereby you can, at the same time, will that it should become a universal law. Let us unpack this in the quiet of the study. Imagine you are tempted to tell a lie. Perhaps it is a small, convenient white lie to get out of a difficult situation. Kant asks you to pause. He asks you to take that action, lying, and imagine a world where everyone did it. Imagine a world where lying was the universal law. In such a world, promises would mean nothing. Truth would vanish. Communication would collapse. The very concept of lying would dissolve because no one would ever expect the truth in the first place. Therefore, the action contradicts itself. It destroys the very system it relies on. Kant says, you cannot make yourself an exception. You cannot say, everyone else must tell the truth, but I will lie just this once. Reason demands consistency. If it's wrong for everyone, it's wrong for you. There is a profound steely beauty in this. It strips away all the excuses we make for ourselves. It demands that we look in the mirror and ask, can I live in a world where everyone acts like me? It is the golden rule: do unto others, stripped of sentiment and forged into logic. It is not about being nice, it is about being rational. Kant distinguishes this from hypothetical imperatives. A hypothetical imperative says, if you want to be popular, tell the truth, or if you want to avoid prison, don't steal. These are conditional. They depend on your desires. But the categorical imperative has no if. It simply says, tell the truth. Do not steal. It commands absolutely, regardless of your mood, your desires, or the consequences. It stands like a monolith in the landscape of the will, unmoving and ancient. To illustrate this, Kant gives us the famous example of the honest shopkeeper. Imagine a merchant behind his counter. A young child comes in to buy a loaf of bread. The shopkeeper could easily overcharge the naive child. No one would ever know. But he chooses to charge the fair price. Why? Kant looks closely at the motivation. If the shopkeeper is honest, because he wants to maintain a good reputation and keep customers. His action, while useful, has no true moral worth. He is acting out of self-interest. He is a smart businessman, not a moral saint. But if the shopkeeper is honest simply because it is his duty to be honest, even if he hates the child, even if he is going bankrupt, even if no one is watching, then, and only then, does the action shine with the pure light of morality. This leads us to the most severe and yet most inspiring part of Kant's vision: the conflict between duty and inclination. We often think that a good person is someone who loves helping others, a person whose heart overflows with natural kindness. Kant, surprisingly, is suspicious of this. He argues that if you help someone just because it makes you feel warm and fuzzy, you are simply indulging a preference, much like eating a piece of chocolate. It's nice, but it's not moral heroism. True morality shines brightest when it is hard. The person who is naturally cold, indifferent, or even depressed, but who forces themselves to help a suffering stranger purely out of a sense of duty, that person, for Kant, shows the highest dignity. Critics have often found this gold. The poet Friedrich Schiller mocked Kant with a little verse, joking that he felt guilty because he actually liked his friends, and according to Kant, he should try to despise them so he could help them out of pure duty. It is a fair jab, and one that highlights the rigidity of the Prussian professor. But there is a different way to see it. Think of it as a form of reliability. Emotions fluctuate. You might feel kind today and grumpy tomorrow. If morality depended on your mood, the world would be a dangerous place. Kant wants a morality that works on the bad days too. He wants a goodness that is engine-driven, not wind-driven. He wants us to be good even when we don't feel like it, especially when we don't feel like it. In 1788, he expands these thoughts in the Critique of Practical Reason. Here, he makes a stunning admission. He admits that we can never prove we are free. We can't put freedom under a microscope, but, he argues, our awareness of the moral law is a fact of reason. We feel the call of duty, we feel the ought. And because we feel we ought to do something, it implies that we can do it. Ought implies can. This realization is the anchor of human dignity. We are not just animals following our instincts. We are beings who can stand up to the universe and say no to our basest desires in the name of a higher law. This inner law fills Kant with a reverence that rivals his love for the stars. In the conclusion of the second critique, he writes the sentence that is now carved on his tombstone, a sentence that balances the cosmos and the conscience in perfect harmony. Two things fill the mind with ever new and increasing admiration and awe. The oftener and the more steadily we reflect upon them, the starry heavens above me and the moral law within me. Let those words settle in the air like a benediction. The starry heavens, the vast mechanical crushing weight of the physical universe, and the moral law, the invisible, weightless, invincible voice of duty inside the chest. Kant saw a connection. Just as the stars follow the invisible laws of gravity, the human will follows the invisible laws of morality. We are citizens of two worlds. We are dust, yes, but we are dust that can choose to be just. As the night deepens around us, there is a profound comfort in Kant's moral compass. It does not require you to be a saint. It does not require you to be filled with holy fire. It only requires you to be rational, to be consistent, to respect the humanity in yourself and others. It is a quiet, working-class morality. It is the morality of the man who wakes up at 5 a.m. to do a job he doesn't love because his family depends on him. It is the morality of the woman who tells the truth, even when it costs her. It is the morality of holding the line. And in a world that often feels chaotic and unmoored, the idea that the direction north is built into the very structure of our reason is a deeply soothing thought. The compass is not broken. It is right there, waiting for you to look at it. The philosopher puts down his pen, the ink still wet on the word duty, and gazes into the candle flame, knowing that he has given humanity a way to navigate the dark without needing to see the shore. We have climbed the mountain of duty and stood at the summit of the moral law. But Immanuel Kant does not leave us alone on the peak. He understands that a human being is not a solitary creature. We are not isolated atoms bouncing in the void. We are neighbors, friends, citizens, and lovers. We live in a web of relationships, and so his philosophy must descend from the cold heights of pure logic into the warm, messy marketplace of human interaction. This brings us to the most humane and beautiful evolution of his ethics. The kingdom of ends. It is a phrase that sounds like a fairy tale realm, perhaps a hidden valley where the trees are made of silver and the rivers flow with wine. But for Kant, it is something far more precious. It is a vision of a perfect community, a society held together not by the sword of a king or the fear of a god, but by the invisible, unbreakable thread of mutual respect. To build this kingdom, Kant introduces a second version of his categorical imperative, one that feels less like a command and more like an embrace. He writes, "Act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of any other, never merely as a means to an end, but always at the same time as an end." Read that again slowly. It is perhaps the most revolutionary sentence in the history of human rights. Never merely as a means. In the 18th century, the world was run on the engine of using people. Serfs were tools for the harvest. Soldiers were fuel for the wars of princes. Wives were often seen as means to secure heirs. Kant steps into this world of utility and raises a hand to stop the machine. He argues that a human being is not a hammer. You cannot use a person to fix your problems and then put them back in the drawer. A human being has a rational nature, a capacity for freedom that makes them infinite in value. You can use a taxi driver to get to the airport. That is using them as a means, which is fine. But you must also recognize that they are a person with their own life, their own tired eyes, their own hopes. You cannot treat them merely as a steering wheel that talks. You must treat them as an end in themselves. This distinction leads Kant to draw a sharp line between two kinds of value: price and dignity. Everything in the market has a price. A loaf of bread has a price. A coat has a price. Even a house has a price. Anything with a price can be replaced by something else of equivalent value. If you lose a coat, you can buy another coat. But a human being has no price. You cannot trade one human for another. You cannot pay for a soul. Because they are free, because they are capable of morality, human beings possess dignity, Würde. Dignity is an absolute inner worth that allows for no equivalent. It is priceless. Imagine how soothing this thought is. In a world that constantly tries to evaluate us based on our salaries, our productivity, our looks, our likes, Kant whispers that your true value is hidden from all those metrics. Your value is not what you do, it is what you are. You are a member of the rational universe, and therefore you deserve respect simply because you exist. You don't have to earn it. You don't have to be smart or rich or charming. You just have to be human. From this seed of dignity, the kingdom of ends grows. Kant asks us to imagine a world where everyone follows this rule. In this ideal world, every person is like a sovereign king who makes their own moral laws, autonomy. But because everyone is using the same logic, all the laws harmonize perfectly. I respect your freedom, and you respect mine. I do not lie to you, because that would be treating you as a tool for my deception. You do not steal from me, because that would be treating me as a resource. We are all legislating members of a universal parliament. It is a systematic union of rational beings. It is important to note that Kant, the sober realist, knew this kingdom did not exist on any map. He called it an ideal, a guiding star. He knew that in the real world, people lie, cheat, and use each other constantly. But he argued that we must live as if we are members of this kingdom. We must model the behavior we want to see. Every time you tell the truth when it costs you, every time you treat a waiter with the same politeness you show a general, every time you refuse to manipulate someone for your own gain, you are laying a brick for this invisible city. You are bringing the kingdom of ends a little closer to earth. There is a touching paradox in Kant's own life regarding this. He was a man of strict hierarchy, a Prussian living under a monarchy, a professor in a rigid university system. Yet, in his personal interactions, he embodied this democratic respect. He was famous for his courtesy. He treated his students with the same grave politeness he showed to counts. There is a story from his later years that illustrates this perfectly. A physician came to visit the dying philosopher. Kant, weak and trembling, refused to sit down until his guest was seated. The doctor pleaded with him to rest, but Kant insisted. He would not abandon the forms of respect simply because his body was failing. He mustered the last of his strength to honor the humanity in the other man. When he finally sat, he whispered, "The sense of humanity has not yet left me." It was not vanity, it was principle. Even at death's door, he was a citizen of the kingdom of ends. This philosophy provides a deep, structural optimism for the human race. Kant believes that we are evolving. He suggests that history is a slow, painful march toward this kingdom. We start in barbarism, where might makes right. We move to laws, where fear keeps order. But the final destination is a moral community, where we do the right thing because we respect the dignity of our neighbor. It is a long road. Kant thought it might take thousands of years, but he believed we were on the path. As you lie there, consider the people in your own life. The kingdom of ends changes how we see them. The annoying boss, the distant relative, the stranger on the bus. They are not obstacles in your path. They are fellow sovereigns. They are ends in themselves. They carry a universe of thoughts and feelings inside them, just as vast as yours. To see them this way is to dissolve the frustration of daily life. It replaces irritation with awe. It softens the edges of our interactions. Kant's vision here is not about a government or a political revolution. It is about a revolution of the heart. It is a quiet refusal to treat people as things. In the silence of the night, this idea feels like a warm blanket. You are valuable, indescribably, irreplaceably valuable. And so is everyone else. We are all walking together through this strange existence, and the only rational way to walk is with a hand extended in respect. The kingdom of ends may never be fully built in stone and mortar, but it can be built, moment by moment, in the invisible architecture of our relationships. The philosopher, having established the infinite worth of the human soul, now steps down from the podium. He has lectured enough on duty. The sun is setting, the lamps are being lit, and it is time for a different side of Immanuel Kant to emerge. Not the legislator of the world, but the charming, witty, and surprisingly warmth-filled host of the dinner party. The clock strikes 1, and a sudden, joyous transformation takes over the house on Prinzessenstrasse. The grim fortress of the intellect dissolves, and the doors are thrown open to reveal a scene of warmth, clinking glass, and savory aromas. This is the hour of the Tischgesellschaft, the dinner party. History has often painted Immanuel Kant as a dry, bloodless hermit, a man who lived only for his books. But if you were lucky enough to receive an invitation to his midday meal, you would have met a completely different man. You would have met the gallant magister, a host of impeccable manners, a lover of good wine, and a conversationalist so witty and engaging that guests often forgot they were dining with the most intimidating brain in Europe. For Kant, lunch was not merely fuel. It was a necessary physiological and social art form, the counterbalance to the solitude of the morning. It was the only real meal he ate all day, and he attacked it with an appetite that shocked those who saw his frail frame. The rules of the table were as precise as the rules of logic, but far more delightful. Kant had a strict mathematical formula for the guest list. The company should never be fewer than the graces, 3, and never more than the muses, 9. This was not superstition. It was social engineering. Fewer than 3, and the conversation might stagnate or become too intimate. More than 9, and the group would fragment into separate little islands of chatter. Kant wanted a unitary conversation, a single, flowing river of talk, in which everyone participated and everyone was heard. He invited a cross-section of Königsberg society, merchants, military officers, civil servants, and promising students. Curiously, and reflecting the limitations of his era and his bachelor status, women were rarely present at these midday gatherings, which lent the affairs a certain club-like, fraternal atmosphere, filled with the smoke of pipes and the talk of worldly men. As the soup was served, the constitution of the dinner table came into effect. Kant believed that a perfect meal should follow a narrative arc, much like a symphony. The first phase was narration. This was the time for news, gossip, and the events of the day. What is the news from the harbor? Has the king recovered from his gout? What are the French doing now? Kant, despite his isolation, was voraciously curious about the outside world. He would question the merchants about their trade routes and the officers about their fortifications. He knew the details of the London Stock Exchange and the politics of faraway lands, absorbing the world through the eyes of his guests. He hated silence at the table. He believed that silence during a meal was bad for digestion, causing the vital energies to turn inward rather than outward. If a lull threatened to descend, he would instantly inject a fresh topic, steering the ship of conversation away from the doldrums. As the main course arrived, often a heavy roast, perhaps with turnips or his favorite codfish, The conversation would shift to the second phase, reasoning. This was not the heavy lifting of metaphysics. Kant strictly forbade talking shop. He did not want to discuss the critique of pure reason while he was eating his beef. Instead, this was a time for playful debate, for exercising the mind on lighter topics. They might argue about the best way to brew beer, the strange customs of the South Sea Islanders, or the latest advancements in chemistry. Kant loved a good argument, but he hated a quarrel. If a guest became too heated or dogmatic, Kant would gently but firmly intervene, using his wit to diffuse the tension. He was the conductor, ensuring that the instruments of the orchestra remained in harmony. Finally, as the dessert and cheese were brought out and the wine bottles emptied, the third phase began. Jest. This was the time for humor, laughter, and lightheartedness. Kant was known for his dry, observant wit. He would tell stories about the eccentric characters of the university, or make self-deprecating jokes about his own short stature. He believed that laughter was a physical necessity, a way to aid the body in processing the heavy meal. It was said that his face, usually so composed, would light up with a genuine boyish mischief during these hours. He would pour the wine, usually a good French Medoc, with a steady hand, urging his guests to drink, though he himself was always moderate, never crossing the line into intoxication. He respected the grape, but he respected the mind more. There is a wonderful, humanizing detail about his relationship with food. Kant was terrified of perspiration, believing it to be a sign of illness, so he developed a theory that one should eat freely, but breathe only through the nose to prevent sweating. One can imagine him at the head of the table, chewing enthusiastically, his mouth shut tight, eyes darting around the room, managing his thermal regulation, while simultaneously managing a debate about Prussian tax law. He was also incredibly particular about his condiments. He loved mustard. He would reportedly slather it on everything, much to the amusement of his friends. It is a small thing, but it brings him down from the pedestal. The great philosopher, the architect of the moral law, really just wanted more mustard on his cod. The dinner parties also revealed Kant's deep loyalty to his friends. He had a circle of regulars who attended week after week for decades. When one of them died, Kant was visibly shaken, but he had a peculiar way of handling grief. He would refuse to speak of the dead friend. It wasn't out of callousness. It was out of a need to protect his own peace of mind. He felt that dwelling on death was a pathological emotion that served no purpose. He would simply fill the empty chair with a new guest and command the conversation to continue. It seems harsh to us, but for Kant, life was for the living. The kingdom of ends was a kingdom of activity, not of mourning. As the clock ticked toward 3 or 4 in the afternoon, a subtle signal would be given. The guests, knowing the philosopher's schedule was sacred, would begin to rise. Kant would not delay them. The transition from the man of the world back to the man of solitude was beginning. He would bid them farewell with the polished courtesy of the old school, bowing them out the door. As the last guest stepped onto the street and the voices faded, a silence would rush back into the house. The plates were cleared by Lampe. The smell of tobacco lingered in the air. Kant would stand for a moment in the empty dining room, perhaps brushing a crumb from his coat. The performance was over. He had fulfilled his social duty. He had been human. He had been a friend. He had been a host. Now, the digestion could begin in earnest. He would sit for a quiet moment, staring out the window, letting the food and the ideas settle. This social interplay was the fuel for his afternoon. He had touched the world of phenomena, the world of roast beef, laughter, and news, and found it good. He was not a brain in a jar. He was a man who needed the clamor of other men to feel complete. But now, the afternoon light was changing. The shadows were lengthening. The graces and muses had departed. The wine bottle was empty. It was time for the grey coat. It was time for the Spanish cane. The host was vanishing, and the walker was emerging. The dining room door closes, and we leave the echoes of laughter behind, following the solitary figure as he prepares for the one thing he loved almost as much as his philosophy, his bachelor freedom. The laughter of the dinner party has faded. The last guest has bowed his way out into the Prussian afternoon, and the door is bolted shut. The house on Prinzessenstrasse settles back into its natural state, a profound, dust-mote-filled silence. We are now entering the most personal and guarded chamber of Immanuel Kant's life, his bachelorhood. To look at Kant is to look at a man who was married to a routine, to a philosophy, and to a city, but never to a woman. In the gossip-filled salons of Königsberg, and indeed in the biographies written for centuries after, the question always arises, why? Was he cold? Was he heartbroken? Or was his solitude, like everything else in his life, a carefully calculated architectural decision? The answer, as we drift through the quiet rooms of his home, seems to be a mixture of economic necessity, shy hesitation, and a fierce, almost defensive need to protect the autonomy of his mind. There is a famous, slightly melancholic aphorism that Kant himself reportedly used to explain his single status. When I could have used a wife, I could not support one. And when I could support one, I no longer needed one. It is a sentence that balances regret and relief on a knife edge. In his younger years, the years of the elegant magister, he was certainly not immune to the charms of women. He was gallant, he dressed well, and he enjoyed the company of the fairer sex in social settings. But he was also poor. A privatisant living on student fees could barely feed himself, let alone a family. In the 18th century, marriage was not just a romance, it was a merger of assets. To marry without money was irresponsible. So, the young Kant held back, waiting for the professorship that took 15 years to arrive. By the time it did, he was 46. The fire of youth had cooled into the embers of middle age, and the habits of solitude had hardened into concrete. There are two distinct legends of almosts that haunt his biography, stories that play out like slow-motion romantic comedies with a sad ending. One involved a gentle widow who visited his relatives in the country. Kant was taken with her. He enjoyed her mind and her manner. He calculated the pros and cons, weighed the variables, and drafted the mental potential of a union. But he waited. He wanted to be sure. By the time he had finished his calculations and decided to propose, the widow had moved to another city and married someone else. A similar fate befell a second attraction to a young lady named Louise Rebecca Fritz. Kant enjoyed her company. They walked together. They talked. The city whispered of a match. But again, Kant hesitated. He investigated his feelings with the same rigor he applied to the categories of the understanding. Was this love? Was it duty? Was it sustainable? While he was deducing the answer, a rival suitor swooped in. Kant, upon hearing the news, did not rage or weep. He simply accepted the result as a necessary outcome of the variables. "It is good," he might have said, retreating back to his books. These anecdotes reveal a man who applied the brakes of reason to the engine of emotion until the engine simply stalled. He seemed to view marriage as a thing in itself, a mysterious, potentially chaotic force that could disrupt the phenomenal order of his life. In his legal writings, specifically the Metaphysics of Morals, he offers a definition of marriage that is so clinically unromantic, it is almost funny. He defines it as the union of two persons of different sexes for the purpose of the lifelong mutual possession of each other's sexual organs. It is a definition devoid of poetry, stripped of soul, reduced to a legal contract of biological rights. One can almost hear the sigh of relief from the women of Königsberg that they did not end up married to the man who wrote that sentence. And yet, we must be careful not to paint him as a misogynist monster. He was a man of his time, trapped in the prejudices of the 18th century. He believed that women were characterized by the beautiful, while men were characterized by the sublime. Women, for Kant, were driven by feeling, taste, and intuition, while men were driven by deep principle and abstract reason. It was a compliment wrapped in a limitation. He enjoyed the company of educated women. He was a great admirer of the Duchess of Courland and corresponded with the brilliant Maria von Herbert. But he struggled to imagine a woman as a full intellectual equal in the kingdom of ends. He feared that a wife would drag him into the world of trivialities, of domestic squabbles, of social climbing. He feared that the crying of a child would shatter the delicate crystal palace of his metaphysics. So, he chose the bachelor machine. He constructed a life where every variable was under his control. There were no arguments about money because it was his money. There were no debates about dinner because he set the menu. There was no need to compromise on the temperature of the room or the time of the walk. This absolute freedom came at a price, the price of intimacy. But it purchased the one thing he valued above all else, peace. Rue, the ability to think a thought from beginning to end without interruption. Imagine him now, in the early evening of his life. The sun is setting over the Pregel River. The house is silent. He sits in his armchair near the stove, his feet wrapped in a blanket. There is no wife to ask him about his day. There are no children playing on the rug. To many, this tableau looks like loneliness. But to Kant, it looked like liberty. He had successfully defended the citadel of his mind against the siege of domesticity. He was the sole monarch of his room. He could travel to the edge of the universe in his head, unburdened by the earthly anchors of a family. However, historians have recently uncovered a more complex layer to this solitude. In his correspondence with Maria von Herbert, a woman who wrote to him in despair, asking for suicide advice after a heartbreak, Kant's replies are stiff, moralistic, and ultimately unhelpful. He lectures her on duty rather than offering empathy. When she eventually commits suicide, Kant is deeply disturbed, but his reaction is to gather her letters and label them as an example of hysteria to be filed away. It is a chilling moment. It suggests that his solitude had perhaps atrophied his ability to deal with raw, messy human pain. He had protected himself so well that he had forgotten how to bleed. But tonight, let us not judge him too harshly. Let us see him simply as a man who made a choice. He chose the work over the life. He chose the universal over the particular. As the shadows lengthen in the room, he reaches for a book, perhaps a travelogue about the South Seas or a report on the chemistry of air. He reads by the light of a single candle. He is content. The silence is not empty. It is filled with the invisible companions of his thoughts. He has no wife to hold his hand, but he has the entire history of human reason to keep him company. He sips his tea. The clock ticks. The world outside the window is chaotic, full of lovers quarreling and parents worrying. But in here, in the bachelor's sanctuary, everything is in its right place. The equation balances. The I remains solitary, unified, and serene. And as he turns the page, he does not look back at the life he didn't live. He looks forward into the vast, cool architecture of the mind, a place where he is never truly alone. While Immanuel Kant sits safely within the walls of his bachelor sanctuary, the world outside is shifting its shape, and the political weather over Prussia is turning from fair to stormy. For most of Kant's professional life, he had lived under the reign of Frederick the Great, old Fritz, an enlightened despot who, though a king, fancied himself a philosopher. Frederick loved French poetry, played the flute, and famously allowed his subjects to argue as much as they like and about what they like, but obey. Under his rule, the Enlightenment flourished. It was a golden age where a thinker could dismantle the universe without fear of the dungeon. But kings, like philosophers, are mortal. In 1786, Frederick the Great died, and with him, the light seemed to dim across the Prussian plains. His nephew, Frederick William II, ascended the throne, and he was a man of a very different temperament. The new king was not interested in cold reason. He was interested in warm, mystical piety. He was surrounded by Rosicrucians and conservative advisers who whispered in his ear that the Enlightenment had gone too far, that dangerous professors were poisoning the minds of the youth with godless logic. The atmosphere in Berlin hardened. A new minister of culture, Johann Christoph von Wöllner, a man history remembers as a bureaucratic stifler of thought, issued the Edict on Religion in 1788. The edict was clear. The state would no longer tolerate deviations from biblical orthodoxy. The wild, free-thinking days were over. In Königsberg, the ripples of this change were felt slowly but surely. Kant, now in his late 60s, was the most famous thinker in the land, and therefore the most visible target. He was the giant whose shadow the censors wanted to shrink. He had spent his life exploring the limits of knowledge, but now he was about to bump into the limits of the law. The conflict centered on a series of essays that would become his book, Religion, Within the Boundaries of Mere Reason, published in 1793. The title alone was a provocation. To place religion within the boundaries of reason was to suggest that logic was the landlord and faith was merely the tenant. In this work, Kant did something audacious. He translated Christian theology into moral philosophy. He spoke of original sin, but he didn't mean a magical stain inherited from Adam. He meant the radical evil inherent in human nature, our tendency to put self-love above duty. He spoke of Jesus, but not as a supernatural miracle worker who walked on water. He presented Jesus as the archetype of moral perfection, the ultimate example of a human being who completely aligns his will with the moral law. For Kant, the value of religion was not in its rituals, its prayers, or its church hierarchy. Its value lay solely in its ability to help us become better moral agents. The church was just a vehicle for ethics. To the censors in Berlin, this was heresy dressed up as scholarship. It was deism. It was dangerous. When the first part of the book was submitted to the Berlin Censorship Commission, they let it pass, perhaps not fully understanding it. But as the later sections arrived, the hammer came down. The censors blocked publication. Kant, ever the strategist, bypassed Berlin entirely and had the book published by the theological faculty in Jena and Königsberg, using a loophole in the university laws. The book was printed. The king was furious. In October 1794, the blow finally landed. A royal rescript, a formal letter from the king himself, arrived at the house on Prinzessenstrasse. Imagine the moment. Lampe brings the letter on a silver tray. The seal is heavy wax. The handwriting is official and threatening. The letter accuses Kant of misusing his philosophy to distort and disparage many of the cardinal and basic teachings of the Holy Scriptures and Christianity. It demands that he answer for himself and warns him that if he continues, he will face unpleasant measures. In the coded language of the 18th century, unpleasant measures meant banishment or the fortress prison of Spandau. This was the crisis of Kant's old age. He was 70 years old. He was frail. He had no desire to be a martyr. He had no desire to rot in a dungeon for the sake of a theological argument. But he also had a deep pietist commitment to the truth. He could not recant. He could not say, "I was wrong," because he believed he was right. So, he did what he did best. He used his reason to find a third way. He sat at his desk, the king's threat lying open before him, and drafted a reply that is a masterpiece of diplomatic evasion and legal precision. He wrote to the king, solemnly promising, "As your majesty's most loyal subject, I solemnly declare that I will hereafter refrain altogether from discoursing publicly, in lectures or in writing, on religion, whether natural or revealed." Read the sentence closely. It is a promise, yes, but it is a promise with a hidden latch. He promises to remain silent, as your majesty's most loyal subject. In the feudal code of the time, one is a subject of a specific monarch only while that monarch is alive. Kant was pledging silence only for the duration of Frederick William II's life. He was betting that the king would die before he did. It was a gamble on mortality. To the king, it looked like total submission. To Kant, it was a temporary ceasefire. Some historians have criticized Kant for this, calling it cowardice. They argue he should have stood up for free speech, that he should have gone to prison like Socrates. But Kant was not Socrates. He was a professor who believed in the rule of law. He believed that a citizen had a duty to obey the sovereign, even when the sovereign was being annoying. He wrote a private note to himself in his papers explaining his logic. Recantation is base, but silence in a case like this is a subject's duty. He chose silence over lying. He would not say what he didn't believe, but he would stop saying what he did believe, at least for a while. So, a new kind of silence descended on the study. The manuscripts on religion were put into a drawer. The lectures on theology were cancelled. The conflict with the censors ended not with a bang, but with a quiet closing of a book. It is a sobering reminder that even the greatest minds operate within the cages of their time. Kant was a giant of the Enlightenment, but he was also a subject of Prussia. He had to navigate the real world of power, ego, and fear. But the story has a coda. 3 years later, in 1797, King Frederick William II died. The gamble paid off. The pledge expired. Kant, now 73, was released from his vow, he immediately returned to the topic, publishing The Conflict of the Faculties, a vigorous defense of the university's right to question religious authority. He had outweighted the censor. He had outlived the repression. There is a lesson here in patience. Kant did not fight the wave. He let it pass over him. He understood that political regimes come and go, kings rise and fall, but reason remains. He preserved his safety so that he could preserve his work. As we watch him in the aftermath of the royal rescript, we see a man a little more hunched, a little more cautious, perhaps checking the mail with a bit more anxiety. But his mind is unbroken. He turns his attention away from the dangerous cliffs of theology and back towards safer grounds, law, politics, and the dream of peace. The censor's shadow lingers in the corner of the room, a dark reminder of the fragility of freedom. But the candle on the desk still burns. The philosopher dips his pen, and the writing continues. The king is dead. Long live the thought. The wind that blows across the European continent in 1789 does not stop at the borders of nations. It carries the smoke of gunpowder and the shouts of liberty all the way to the quiet, fog-bound streets of Königsberg. We are now entering a chapter where the internal revolution of Immanuel Kant's mind meets the external revolution of the world. The storming of the Bastille on July 14th, 1789, was an earthquake that shook every throne in Europe. But in the study on Prinzessenstrasse, it was received with a trembling, complicated kind of hope. Kant is now 65 years old. He has spent a lifetime preaching the dignity of the individual and the autonomy of the will. Suddenly, in Paris, it seems that his philosophical concepts have put on boots and taken to the streets. The rights of man are no longer just ink on a page. They are a demand screamed at the gates of palaces. There is a persistent legend that clings to this moment in Kant's life, a story that is likely apocryphal but spiritually accurate. It is said that for the second time in his life, the first being when he read Rousseau's Emile, Kant disrupted his sacred daily walk. The story goes that he was so desperate for news from France, so hungry to know if the National Assembly had survived, or if the king had yielded, that he would rush to the post office, or wait for the mail coach, leaving the neighbors glancing at their clocks in confusion. Whether he truly missed a step in his routine is less important than the intensity of his engagement. He was, by all accounts, glued to the newspapers. He devoured the Berlinische Nachrichten and the French gazettes. He discussed the events with a fervor that alarmed his more conservative friends. In a Prussia that was tightening its grip on dissent, Kant's open admiration for the ideals of the French Revolution was a dangerous flirtation. He was cheering for the fire while living in a wooden house. But Kant's support was not the support of a Jacobin radical. He did not love the guillotine. He loved the idea. For Kant, the French Revolution was not just a political change. It was a historical proof. He believed that humanity was slowly evolving toward a state of perfect justice. And the events in France, the abolition of feudal privileges, the declaration that men are born free and equal, seemed to be empirical evidence that he was right. He called this feeling enthusiasm. In a famous passage written later in The Contest of Faculties, he argues that the true importance of the revolution lies not in the deeds of the revolutionaries themselves, who were often violent, chaotic, and cruel, but in the reaction of the spectators. The fact that people all over Europe, including himself, felt a wishful participation that borders closely on enthusiasm for the cause of liberty, even when it was dangerous to do so, proved that there is a moral disposition in the human race. The revolution was a drama, and the applause of the audience mattered more than the acting on stage. However, this enthusiasm was haunted by a dark paradox that sits at the center of Kant's political thought. While he loved the result of the revolution, a republic, he abhorred the method, rebellion. In Kant's legal philosophy, revolution is strictly forbidden. It is the ultimate crime against the state. He argued that if the people have a legal right to overthrow the sovereign, then the sovereign isn't really the sovereign, and the law dissolves into the abyss of anarchy. You must obey the law, even if the law is unjust, while working to change it through public reason and reform. This put him in a strange, tortured position. He condemned the rebels as criminals for rebelling. But once they won and established a new government, he recognized their legitimacy. He was a man who believed that you can never break the law to build a better world. But if someone else breaks it and succeeds, history moves forward. This tension snapped tight during the Reign of Terror. As the news from Paris turned from hopeful declarations to mass executions, Kant watched in horror. The execution of King Louis XVI in January 1793 shook him to his core. For Kant, the killing of a monarch was not just a murder. It was a suicide of the state. It was a conceptual abomination. To put the sovereign, the source of the law, on trial was a logical contradiction, a moment where the state swallows itself. He described it as a crime that remains forever inexpiable, a stain that could not be washed away. Yet, even as the heads rolled and the streets of Paris ran red, Kant refused to give up on the core principle. He separated the violence of the mob from the purity of the goal. He whispered to his friends that the Jacobins are essentially right, even if their methods were monstrous. He clung to the belief that out of this chaos, a rational order would eventually emerge. It is fascinating to imagine the dinner parties during these years. The conversation must have been electric, dangerous. While the Prussian king was joining the coalition to crush the French Republic, Kant was sitting at his table, arguing that the Republic was the inevitable future of mankind. He was surrounded by royalist officers who were preparing to march to war against France, yet he engaged them in debate, suggesting that armies cannot kill an idea. He was protected by his age, his fame, and his careful academic language, but he was walking a tightrope. He was a republican in a kingdom, a believer in a constitution, living under a crown. Kant's vision of a republic was specific. He did not mean a direct democracy where the mob rules. He terrified of the despotism of the masses. He meant a state governed by laws, where the executive and legislative powers are separated, and where every citizen is treated as an end in themselves. He looked across the border and saw France trying, clumsily, violently, to build the kingdom of ends in the mud of reality. He saw the Declaration of the Rights of Man as a secular version of his own moral law. As the 1790s wore on and the revolution morphed into the rise of Napoleon, Kant's optimism was tested, but it never broke. He saw the cunning of nature at work. He believed that nature uses human greed, ambition, and war to eventually force us into a state of peace. We fight until we are too tired to fight, and then we build laws to stop the fighting. The French Revolution, with all its blood, was just a painful step in the education of the human race. There is a deep resonant sadness in this section of his life. We see a man of peace watching a world of war. We see a man of logic watching a world of passion. He sits in his study, reading the reports of the terror, the ink on the page smelling of the printing press, but carrying the metallic scent of the guillotine. He sighs, adjusts his spectacles, and tries to fit this new horror into his system. He refuses to look away. He refuses to say that humanity is doomed. He insists that we are moving upward, even if we are slipping on the blood of kings and peasants alike. The echo of the revolution in Kant's life is the sound of a distant explosion that rearranges the furniture of the mind. It forced him to think about history, not just as a sequence of dates, but as a moral trajectory. It forced him to ask how a perfect moral law can exist in an imperfect, violent world. And it prepared the ground for his most hopeful, most visionary political work, which was yet to come. As the century draws to a close, and the fires of the revolution burn down to embers, Kant turns his gaze to the ultimate question. If we are destined to be republicans, can we also be destined to be peaceful? Can we build a world where the soldier is no longer needed? The cannon smoke drifts over the Baltic, but in the philosopher's mind, a blueprint for eternal peace is beginning to take shape. The year is 1795, and the cobblestones of Europe are worn smooth by the boots of marching armies. The French Revolution has morphed into a series of grinding wars that have spilled across borders, turning fields of wheat into fields of mud and blood. Prussia has just signed the Treaty of Basel, buying a momentary pause in the conflict, but the air is thick with the sulphurous scent of gunpowder and the anxiety of what is to come. In the midst of this turbulent atmosphere, Immanuel Kant, now a frail man of 71, releases a small, unassuming pamphlet that will become his most beloved and enduring legacy. He calls it Zum ewigen Frieden, Perpetual Peace. The title itself is a dark, philosophical joke, a bit of gallows humor from the old professor. He explains in the preface that he took the name from a satirical sign he once saw hanging above a Dutch inn. The sign depicted a graveyard filled with silent crosses, and underneath, the innkeeper had painted the words Perpetual Peace. It was a grim reminder. True, unbroken peace is inevitable for all of us, but usually, we find it only in the grave. Kant's project was a defiance of that sign. He wanted to find a way for humanity to achieve that peace while we were still warm, breathing, and alive. This pamphlet is not a sermon. It is not a plea for brotherly love or a religious tract begging men to beat their swords into plowshares. Kant was too much of a realist for that. He knew that humans are by nature competitive, aggressive, and prone to conflict. Instead, he wrote, Perpetual Peace as a legal contract, a dry, ironclad treaty drafted by reason itself. Imagine him sitting at his desk, the sounds of the Königsberg garrison drilling in the distance, the rhythmic thud of muskets, the shouting of orders, while he quietly dips his pen and drafts the articles of a world without soldiers. It is one of the most powerful juxtapositions in history. The fragile philosopher dismantling the logic of war while surrounded by the machinery of war. The document opens with preliminary articles, immediate steps that nations must take to stop the bleeding. The most radical of these is the third article. Standing armies shall in time be totally abolished. Read that again. In 1795, in a Prussia built entirely around its military might, this was a breathtakingly dangerous thing to say. Kant argued that the very existence of a professional army is a threat to peace because it encourages kings to use it. If you have a hammer, every diplomatic problem looks like a nail. Furthermore, paying men to kill or be killed violates their rights as human beings. It treats them as machines of the state rather than moral agents. He envisioned a world where citizens might defend their homes if attacked, but where the vast, expensive, permanent war machines would rust away into memory. He also attacked the concept of national debt used for war, calling it a dangerous money power, a treasure chest that tempts leaders into conflicts they cannot afford. But the heart of the essay lies in the definitive articles, the three pillars upon which a stable future must be built. The first is that the civil constitution of every state should be republican. This brings us back to his deep distrust of kings. Kant observed a simple psychological truth. When a king declares war, he loses nothing. He does not lose his palace, his table is still full of venison, and he does not march in the mud. War for a despot is a kind of sport, a pleasure party like a hunt. But in a republic, where the citizens must vote to go to war, the calculus changes. The citizens know that they are the ones who will have to pay the taxes, repair the ruins, and mourn the dead. Therefore, Kant reasoned, a world of republics would be naturally peaceful, not because people are angels, but because people are self-interested. They simply won't vote for their own misery. The second pillar is the idea of a federation of free states. Kant did not want a single world government. He feared that a global empire would become a soulless tyranny. Instead, he imagined a League of Nations, a foedus pacificum, where independent countries would gather around a table to settle their disputes with words rather than cannons. It is a vision that leaps over the centuries, foreshadowing the League of Nations, the United Nations, and the European Union. He saw a world where states remained sovereign, but agreed to bind themselves to a common law, just as individuals do in a city. It was a dream of civilized neighbors. The third pillar is perhaps the most beautiful and poignant: universal hospitality. Kant argues that because the earth is a globe, and because we are all enclosed in a finite space, we cannot disperse infinitely. We must eventually learn to tolerate one another. Therefore, every human being has a right of visitation. If a stranger arrives on your shore, you do not have to make them a citizen, but you must not treat them as an enemy. As long as they behave peacefully, they have a right to be there. This was a stinging critique of the European colonial powers, the British, the French, the Spanish, who were sailing around the world, conquering and enslaving sugar islands and ancient civilizations. Kant called out the inhospitable conduct of these civilized states, noting with burning indignation that they drink injustice like water. He argued that a violation of rights in one part of the world is felt everywhere. He was knitting the human race into a single moral fabric. Historians still argue about the secret article that Kant added to the second edition of the pamphlet. In a touch of wry humor, he included a clause stating that the maxims of the philosophers shall be consulted by the states armed for war. He clarified that this didn't mean kings should become philosophers, a direct jab at Plato's philosopher kings, whom Kant thought would be corrupted by power, nor that philosophers should become kings. It simply meant that the rulers should let the thinkers speak freely and listen to what they have to say. It was a plea for the freedom of the pen, a humble suggestion that perhaps the people who spend their lives thinking about justice might have some good advice for the people who spend their lives wielding power. But what if humanity is too stupid to follow this plan? What if we are too greedy, too hateful? Here, Kant offers a strange, dark comfort. He speaks of the cunning of nature, guarantee of perpetual peace. He argues that nature itself, or providence, is steering us toward peace, whether we like it or not. How? Through war itself. War drives people to the ends of the earth, populating every continent. War forces us to invent technologies. Eventually, war becomes so expensive, so destructive, and so dangerous that nations will be forced into peace out of sheer exhaustion and self-preservation. We will build the Federation, not because we are good, but because we have no other choice. We will be devils, but intelligent devils. It is a reassuring thought for a restless night. Even our worst mistakes are part of a larger mechanism that is grinding slowly, painfully, but inevitably toward a world where the guns fall silent. The pamphlet was an instant bestseller. It was small, cheap, and hopeful. It was read in parlors and coffee houses across Germany and translated into French and English. For a brief moment, the vision of a League of Peace hung in the air of the 18th century like a fragile bubble. Of course, the bubble would burst. Napoleon was rising. The wars would continue for another 20 years. The 20th century would bring horrors Kant could not have imagined. But the blueprint remained. It sat on the shelves of libraries, waiting. Every time humanity breaks the world, we return to Kant's little book to learn how to fix it. As you drift deeper into sleep, imagine the map of the world unrolling before you. But instead of borders drawn in red ink and defended by walls, imagine the borders becoming porous, soft lines on a paper globe. Imagine a traveler moving from Königsberg to Paris, to London to New York, carrying nothing but a passport of universal hospitality, greeted everywhere, not with suspicion, but with the simple nod due to a fellow inhabitant of the earth. The armies dissolve, the barracks turn into schools, the heavy debts of war are erased. The innkeeper takes down the sign with the graveyard and paints a new one. A picture of a table set for dinner, with a chair for everyone. This is the dream of the old man in the grey coat. He never left his city, yet he designed a house large enough for the entire human family. He laid the first brick of the United Nations in his mind, centuries before the building rose in New York. The noise of the drilling soldiers fades into the background, overtaken by the scratching of his pen, a sound that is quieter, but in the long run, infinitely more powerful. Peace, he tells us, is not a gift from the gods. It is a task for our hands. And tonight, the task is done. The treaty is signed. The world is safe, and we can rest. The year is 1798. The oppressive fog of censorship that had settled over Prussia begins to lift, carried away by the fresh winds of a new reign. King Frederick William II, the mystic who feared the Enlightenment, has gone to his grave, and his son, Frederick William III, now sits on the throne. The new monarch is younger, more practical, and less obsessed with policing the thoughts of his subjects. In Königsberg, Immanuel Kant, now 74 years old, feels the change in the air, the pledge of silence he made regarding religion, a pledge bound specifically to the life of the former king, has expired. He is free. A lesser man might have used this freedom to rest, content to let his controversial ideas gather dust in a drawer. But Kant is not a lesser man. He is a philosopher, and for him, to think is to speak. He opens the drawer, retrieves the manuscripts that had been suppressed, and prepares to fire one last broadside in the battle for intellectual liberty. The result is The Conflict of the Faculties, a book that serves as the Magna Carta of the modern university. To understand this conflict, we must step inside the structure of the 18th century German university. It was a rigid hierarchy, divided into the higher faculties and the lower faculty. The higher faculties were theology, law, and medicine. They were called higher, not because they were smarter, but because they were essential to the government. The state needed priests to save souls and keep order, lawyers to protect property, and doctors to keep the population healthy enough to pay taxes. Because these faculties had real power over the public, the government kept them on a short leash. They were not allowed to teach whatever they wanted. They had to teach what the Bible said, what the statutes said, and what the medical regulations said. They were the loyal servants of the crown. And then, sitting at the bottom of the ladder, was the lower faculty, philosophy. It had no power. It didn't save souls, settle lawsuits, or cure the plague. The government largely ignored it, considering it a playground for abstract thinkers. But Kant, with a twinkle in his eye, saw a hidden strength in this weakness. Because the state didn't care about philosophy, the state didn't control it. Philosophy was the only faculty that was truly free. It pledged allegiance to no book, no king, and no statute, only to the laws of reason. In The Conflict of the Faculties, Kant argues that this lower faculty is actually the supreme judge of truth. He envisions the university not as a factory for producing civil servants, but as a courtroom. On one side are the higher faculties, presenting their dogmas and their statutes. On the other side is the philosophical faculty, holding the magnifying glass of logic, testing those dogmas against the light of reason. If the theologian says, God demands this ritual, the philosopher asks, does that ritual make moral sense? If the lawyer says, the law requires this punishment, the philosopher asks, is that punishment just? Kant argues that the government must allow this conflict to happen. It must allow the left wing, philosophy, to constantly criticize the right wing, the higher faculties. Without this friction, the university becomes dead. Without the freedom to question, truth rots into tyranny. There is a wonderful defiance in this text. Here is an old man living on a pension, telling the state that it needs to pay people to criticize it. He compares the relationship between philosophy and theology to a master and a servant, but he adds a sharp, witty twist. Philosophy is the handmaiden of theology, he admits, quoting an old medieval saying, but we must be careful to see whether she carries the torch in front of her mistress to light the way, or carries the train of her dress behind her to cover up the dirt. It is a devastating image. Kant demands that reason must walk in front, lighting the darkness, not shuffling behind to clean up the mess of superstition. This book is also deeply personal. It is Kant's vindication. He recounts the story of the royal rescript, publishing the letters between himself and the dead king. He lays the evidence out on the table, showing the world that he had not been a coward, but a man of his word who had outsmarted the censor. He defines the public use of reason once again, arguing that a scholar acts as a representative of the whole human race. When a professor writes, he is not speaking to his local bishop. He is speaking to the world and to history. Therefore, his speech must be uncensored. It is easy to imagine the scene in the university senate when this book arrived. The theologians must have grumbled in their robes, uncomfortable with the idea that this little man in the grey coat had the right to audit their sermons. But for the students, it must have been electric. Kant was telling them that their minds mattered. He was telling them that the university was a sanctuary where the only authority was the better argument. He was inventing the concept of academic freedom. But even in this battle, Kant remains the man of peace. He does not want the philosopher to rule the state. Remember, he thinks power corrupts judgment. He wants the philosopher to remain in the lower position, observing, checking, and advising. He imagines a healthy state as a body where the government is the arms and legs, taking action, while the university is the conscience, whispering, "Are you sure?" As we leave the lecture halls of Königsberg, let the dust of the debate settle. The sun streams through the high windows, illuminating the floating specks of chalk. Kant gathers his papers. He has secured the perimeter. He has built a wall around the thinkers to protect them from the kings. The conflict is not a war of destruction. It is a system of checks and balances, a way to ensure that power never goes unchallenged by truth. It is a legacy that protects every scientist, every writer, and every student who dares to raise their hand and ask why today. The old professor walks out of the hall, his step perhaps a little slower, his cane tapping a little softer. He has finished his public work. The state is safe from the church, and the church is safe from fanaticism, thanks to the watchful eye of reason. But now, as the century turns and the year 1800 approaches, a new conflict is beginning. Not a conflict of faculties, but a conflict within the very biology of the philosopher himself. The mind that defended reason is about to face the one enemy it cannot outwit: time. The 19th century dawns, but for Immanuel Kant, the sunrise is viewed through a gathering mist. We have spent hours in the company of a mind that seemed invincible, a clockwork mechanism of pure intellect that ground the hardest questions of the universe into the fine powder of understanding. But now, we must approach the most tender and human chapter of his story with a hushed reverence. The machine is beginning to wear out. The all-crushing Kant, the titan of the Enlightenment, is becoming a frail, small man wrapped in blankets, fighting a fog that no logic can dispel. It starts slowly in the late 1790s. The neighbors notice that the daily walk is becoming shorter. The cane taps more tentatively. The perfect posture, once as straight as a Prussian grenadier, begins to curve toward the earth. He stops accepting dinner invitations, finding the noise of the table too confusing, the flow of conversation too fast to catch. The gallant magister retreats into the man of silence. Inside the study, a different kind of struggle is taking place. Kant sits at his desk, surrounded by the familiar smell of ink and old paper. He is trying to write his final masterpiece, a work he calls the opus posthumum. He believes, with a desperate, tragic optimism, that there is one gap left in his philosophy, a missing bridge between the physics of the natural world and the metaphysics of the sublime. And if he can just build it, the system will be complete. He writes furiously. The pages pile up, hundreds of them. But if you look closely at the handwriting, you see the tremor. The letters are shaky, sometimes trailing off into illegible scrawls. The thoughts, too, are fracturing. He repeats himself. He starts sentences he cannot finish. He writes notes in the margins that have nothing to do with the text, reminders to buy cheese, or complaints about the weather. It is the heartbreaking sight of a genius trying to hold back the tide of dementia with a quill pen. He becomes obsessed with small physical discomforts. He develops a fixation on the electricity in the air, blaming the atmospheric pressure for the heaviness in his head. He believes there is a special kind of catarrh, a congestion that is blocking his brain. He invents strange theories to explain his decline, applying his rigorous analytical method to the chaos of his own aging body. He refuses to admit that it is simply old age. There must be a cause, a scientific reason that can be solved. He reads reports on the mortality bills of London, looking for patterns in the deaths of others, as if data could save him. His memory, the vast library where he stored the geography of the moon and the dates of history, begins to lock its doors. He forgets the names of his friends. He forgets the titles of his own books. To cope, he turns his desk into a landscape of external memory. He writes everything down on small scraps of paper, loose leaves, pinned to the walls, the tablecloth, the curtains. Topic for the day. Name of the cook. Do not forget to shave. The architect of the mind is forced to rely on sticky notes to navigate his own house. Yet, even in this twilight, the core of his character, his sweetness and his politeness, remains untouched. There is a moving account from his friend Wasiansky, who became his caretaker in these final years. Wasiansky describes how Kant, despite his confusion, never lost his sense of humanity. If a guest entered the room, Kant would try to stand up, trembling, holding onto the arm of his chair. He would not sit until the guest was seated. The categorical imperative had become muscle memory. The mind was fading, but the moral habit was carved into his bones. He would apologize for his weakness, calling himself a child who needed looking after. There was no rage, only a gentle, bewildered resignation. The opus posthumum was never finished. It remains today a collection of fragments, a ruin of a cathedral that was never roofed. But in its pages, amidst the confusion, there are sudden flashes of the old fire. He writes, God is not a substance existing outside me, but merely a moral relation within me. He is still wrestling with the biggest questions, even as he struggles to button his coat. He is like a captain staying at the wheel of a sinking ship, noting the position of the stars until the water closes over the deck. One particular poignant detail from this time involves his relationship with the news. Kant had always been a news addict, hungry for the events of the world, but now the newspapers piled up unread. The wars of Napoleon raged on, reshaping the map of Europe, but they were distant rumors to a man who was fighting a war to remember what he had for breakfast. The universal history he had written about was moving forward without him. The world was becoming noumenal to him again, shadowy, unknowable, drifting behind a veil. As the months turn into years, the circle of his life shrinks to the single room. The philosopher's walk is abandoned. The linden trees wave to an empty path. He spends his days sitting in his armchair, looking out the window at the grey Baltic sky. He is waiting. He speaks less and less. When he does speak, it is often to ask, is it time? He is obsessed with the clock, with the order of the day, clinging to the routine as the only thing that makes sense in a dissolving world. We watch him now, a silhouette against the window pane. The starry heavens above are still there, but he can no longer name the constellations. The moral law within is still there, beating softly in the kindness he shows to his servant. The light is failing, yes, but it is a gentle dusk. It is the natural end of a long day. The sun does not crash into the horizon. It slips below it, inch by inch. And as the shadows fill the corners of the room, we do not feel pity, but a profound protectiveness. We want to wrap the blanket tighter around his shoulders. We want to whisper that it is okay to let the pen drop. The work is done. The system is built. The critique is safe on the shelves of eternity. The mind that worked harder than any other in the 18th century has earned its rest. The silence of the study deepens, preparing for the final, absolute silence that is to come. But before the end, there are still a few moments of grace, a few last rituals to be performed by the friends who loved him, and a final cup of tea that will become a sacrament. Into this gathering, twilight, steps a figure who brings with him a lantern of practical kindness, Ergot Andreas Wasianski. To understand the final years of Immanuel Kant, we must pay tribute to this man, a former student turned village pastor, who took upon himself the sacred and exhausting duty of guiding the greatest mind in Europe through the fog of its own dissolution. History often focuses on the geniuses, leaving the caretakers in the shadows. But without Wasianski, the end of Kant's life would have been a chaotic tragedy. Instead, thanks to his intervention, it became a gentle, managed descent. Wasianski re-entered Kant's life around 1801, finding the household on Prinzessinstrasse in a state of quiet disarray. The dismissal of the old servant Lampe had left a vacuum. The new servant, Kaufmann, was well-meaning, but lacked the authority to manage the complex, ritualized machinery of the philosopher's existence. Kant, aware of his own failing grasp on reality, turned to Wasianski with a heartbreaking humility. He did not ask for a debate on metaphysics. He asked for help with his checkbook, his kitchen, and his buttons. He effectively handed over the keys to his life, saying, "I'm too old to govern myself." And so, the Wasianski days began. It was a time of poignant role reversal. Decades earlier, Wasianski had sat in the lecture hall, scribbling down Kant's words on the nature of the cosmos. Now, he sat by the armchair, spoon-feeding the professor soup and interpreting his muddled requests. Wasianski became, in a very real sense, Kant's external memory. He organized the loose leaves of notes. He managed the visitors, acting as a benevolent gatekeeper who knew exactly how many minutes of conversation the old man could endure before fatigue set in. He handled the finances, ensuring that the charities Kant supported were paid and the household bills were settled. There is a profound beauty in this service. Wasianski did not treat Kant as a senile invalid. He treated him as a fragile treasure, a national monument that required preservation. The daily routine in these years shifted from the rigorous precision of the clock to the softer rhythm of the body's needs. Kant's physical frailty brought with it a host of small, obsessive anxieties, particularly regarding his clothing. He became convinced that any pressure on his legs would block his circulation, a fear he had held for years, but which now grew into a fixation. He invented a complex system for holding up his stockings without garters, involving bands and buckles that attached to his waist. One can imagine the scene. The great philosopher and the patient pastor, heads bent together, fumbling with straps and loops, trying to solve the engineering problem of keeping a sock up. Wasiansky recounts these moments not with mockery, but with a tender attention to detail. He understood that for Kant, solving the problem of the stocking was a way of maintaining control, a small victory of reason over the chaos of the body. Wasiansky also installed a system of guide ropes in the hallway. Kant's eyesight was failing. His left eye had gone blind, and the right was clouding over, and his balance was treacherous. To prevent the philosopher from falling during his nightly trips to the bedroom, Wasiansky rigged a cord along the wall. We can picture Kant in his nightshirt, his hand trembling as it traces the length of the rope, navigating his own home like Theseus in the labyrinth. The rope was a lifeline, a tangible connection to safety in a world that was becoming increasingly dark and disorienting. Wasiansky watched over these nocturnal journeys, often sleeping in the next room with one ear open, ready to spring up at the sound of a stumble. Scholars and biographers have debated the nature of Wasiansky's account of these years. Some have accused him of being a bit of a busybody, a man who enjoyed the power he held over the helpless giant. They argue that his detailed memoir, published shortly after Kant's death, was an invasion of privacy, exposing the humiliating details of the philosopher's decline to a gossip-hungry public. But to read Wasiansky's words is to feel the warmth of genuine affection. He describes the sadness of watching the light fade. He records the small flashes of the old wit that would suddenly break through the fog. He notes that even when Kant could not remember a name, he never lost his politeness. The forms of social grace were the last things to go. One touching aspect of the Wasiansky days was the management of the dinner table. The famous parties had ceased, but Wasiansky ensured that Kant never ate alone. He would arrange for one or two familiar friends to sit with him. Men who knew the drill, who knew not to speak too fast or raise controversial topics. Kant's appetite had become strange. He lost the ability to taste many things, yet he developed a craving for bread and butter, which he would eat with childish delight. Wasiansky monitored the wine, watering it down secretly, because the old man's tolerance had vanished, though he would still raise his glass for a toast to the company. These meals were quiet affairs, ghosts of the great symposiums of the past, but they provided the human contact that kept Kant tethered to the world. There were moments of frustration, of course. Kant would sometimes become stubborn, insisting on doing things his own way even when it was impossible. He would demand to go for a walk when a blizzard was raging outside. Wasiansky would have to use all his diplomatic skills, the skills of a pastor soothing a troubled soul, to distract him or gently steer him back to the chair. He learned to lie benevolently, telling Kant that the carriage was delayed or that the weather was turning, protecting the philosopher from the reality of his own limitations. It was a conspiracy of care. As the months wore on, the silence in the room grew heavier. Kant spent hours just staring. Wasiansky would sit nearby, perhaps reading a book, simply offering the comfort of his presence. He realized that Kant was no longer living in the 19th century. He was drifting in a timeless space. Occasionally, Kant would ask, "Where am I?" or "Who are you?" And Wasiansky would gently remind him, "You are at home, Herr Professor. I am Wasiansky." The reassurance would settle him. The anchor would hold for another hour. The relationship between these two men, the titan of intellect and the humble pastor, is a testament to the idea that we are not saved by our brilliance in the end, but by our relationships. Kant's categorical imperative could not help him put on his shoes. His transcendental idealism could not guide him to the bed. He needed a hand. He needed a friend. Wasiansky provided the physical scaffolding that held the crumbling cathedral together. As we visualize this period, let the light in the room be soft and golden, like the light of a late autumn afternoon. The leaves outside are falling. The fire in the stove is warm. Wasiansky adjusts the blanket over Kant's knees. He checks the clock. He stirs the fire. There is a deep, abiding peace in this domestic scene. It is the peace of a duty fulfilled, not out of grim obligation, but out of love. The Wasiansky days are not a tragedy. They are a long, gentle goodbye. They are the cushion placed between the hard ground of mortality and the fragile body of the philosopher. And thanks to this devoted friend, Immanuel Kant was able to face the end not with terror, but with a hand to hold. The final rituals are approaching now, the last cup of tea, the last words. But they will be met with the same quiet dignity that Wasiansky has carefully preserved within these walls. The year is 1803, and the world of Immanuel Kant has contracted to the circumference of a porcelain cup. We have journeyed through the expansive architecture of his mind, the soaring cathedrals of reason, the vast starry heavens, and the moral kingdom of ends. But now, in the final winter of his life, the focus narrows to a single, warm, amber-colored ritual, the morning tea. It is a poignant, almost sacred scene. For over 60 years, Kant had begun his day with this exact ceremony. In his prime, it was the fuel for the intellectual engine, a swift, caffeinated kickstart before he ascended the heights of metaphysics. Now, in the quiet dimness of the sick room, it is something different. It is an anchor. It is the last remaining coordinate in a universe that is slowly losing its grid. The mind may have forgotten the categories of the understanding, and the memory may have lost the names of the emperors, but the body remembers the tea. The scene begins in the grey pre-dawn light. Wasiansky, faithful as ever, is already awake. He approaches the bed where the philosopher lies, a small mound under the heavy down quilts. The old military command to wake up at 4:55 a.m. has long since been softened. Now there is no barking order, only a gentle hand on the shoulder. Kant stirs. He is confused, floating in the liminal space between the dream of life and the reality of the room. But as soon as he is sat up, propped against the pillows, the instinct kicks in. His eyes search the room. He is looking for the cup. In these final months, the preparation of the tea has become a high-stakes operation for the household. Kant, despite his frailty, retains a flash of his old, impatient perfectionism when it comes to this beverage. It must be hot, but not boiling. It must be strong, but not bitter. And it must be immediate. There is a heartbreaking urgency to his thirst. Wasiansky describes how the old man would tremble with anxiety if there was even a moment's delay. It was as if he feared that if the ritual were broken, reality itself might snap. So, the cook and the servant stand ready. The water is boiled the moment he stirs. The pot is brought in on a tray with the solemnity of a religious relic. Wasiansky sits beside him. He pours the tea. The steam rises, curling in the cold Prussian air, carrying the scent of dried leaves, a smell that must have triggered a cascade of subconscious memories in Kant. memories of lectures written, books read, and mornings long past. But here, we see the cruel betrayal of the body, the hand that wrote the critique of pure reason, the hand that dismantled the arguments of Hume and rebuilt the cosmos, can no longer hold a spoon steady. The tremor is violent. The spoon rattles against the saucer, a tiny metallic chime that sounds loudly in the hush of the room. It is the sound of entropy entering the system. Wasiansky intervenes. He does not take the cup away. That would be an insult to the philosopher's autonomy. But he guides the hand. He supports the wrist. It is a dance of profound intimacy. Kant bows his head to the cup. He sips, and in that moment, there is peace. The warmth spreads through his chest. The anxiety of the waking moment dissolves. He sighs, a sound of deep, physical satisfaction. For a few minutes, everything is right in the world. The thing in itself is unknowable, but the tea is real. There is a scholarly debate about the content of this tea in the final days. Some accounts suggest that Wasiansky began to secretly lace the tea with a spoonful of wine, or perhaps a few drops of stomach elixir, hoping to bolster the old man's failing strength. If true, it is a tender deception. Kant, who had always been moderate and strict about his diet, was now surviving on a mixture of care and chemistry. He likely did not notice the change. He simply knew that the liquid gave him life. This ritual reveals something beautiful about the persistence of the self. Philosophers often locate the self in the higher brain functions, in memory, in logic, in the ability to say, "I think." But Kant's end teaches us that the self is also in the habits of the body. It is in the way we hold a cup. It is in the taste we expect. Even as the transcendental unity of apperception was fracturing, the tea drinker remained intact. The ritual bridged the gap between the genius and the child. After the tea, there was the pipe. For decades, Kant had smoked exactly one pipe of tobacco a day, right after breakfast. He had a strict rule, never more than one. But he had a clever loophole. Over the years, the bowl of his pipe had grown larger and larger, allowing him to smoke more tobacco while technically adhering to the one-pipe rule. Now, however, the pipe sat mostly unused. He would try to light it, but his breath was too weak to keep the ember glowing. He would puff a few times, then let it drop. Forgetting it was there, Wasiansky would quietly remove it. It was another small surrender, another piece of the world drifting away. During these morning hours, Kant would sometimes try to speak. The words were often a jumble, fragments of Latin, names of people long dead, or sudden lucid observations about the pattern of the wallpaper. He might point to a shadow and call it a phenomenon. He might ask if the humanity in the room was comfortable. These were the debris of a great shipwreck washing ashore. Wasiansky listened to every word with respect, nodding, interpreting the nonsense as the poetry of a fading mind. He understood that Kant was trying to communicate, trying to maintain the connection with the kingdom of ends, even as the bridge was collapsing. One particular morning, a visitor was allowed in during the tea ritual. Perhaps a former student or a local dignitary paying respects. Kant, sensing an audience, tried to rally. He straightened his nightcap. He gestured for the cup to be refilled. He wanted to be the host again. He tried to formulate a sentence about the weather, about the electricity in the air. He stuttered, failed, and looked down at his hands in confusion. The visitor, embarrassed, looked away. But Wasiansky gently filled the silence, finishing the thought for him. preserving the philosopher's dignity. He treated the tea party as if it were a meeting of the Berlin Academy. He ensured that Kant remained the center of gravity, even if that gravity was weak. As the cup is drained and placed back on the saucer, clink. The main event of the morning is over. Kant leans back against the pillows, exhausted by the effort of drinking. The stimulation of the tea provides a brief window of alertness, a golden hour where his eyes seem to clear. He looks at Wasiansky. He looks at the light filtering through the curtains. He whispers, "It is warm." It is a simple, empirical observation, a synthetic judgment, but in this context, it feels like a victory. He has successfully categorized his experience. He is still a rational being. We leave this section with the image of the empty cup sitting on the bedside table. It is a humble object, yet it held the universe for a man who could no longer hold a pen. The rituals of life, the washing of the face, the tying of the shoe, the drinking of the tea, are the last things to go. They are the bedrock. When the high towers of philosophy fall, we are left with the foundation. And for Immanuel Kant, the foundation was this quiet, shared warmth in the cold morning. The tea is finished. The day can now proceed, moving slowly, inevitably, toward the final night. The body is failing, but the care is constant. And soon, a physician will arrive, bringing with him a test of manners that will become legendary, a final proof that the soul of the gentleman survived the death of the mind. The days have blurred into a single, grey continuum, and the clock on the wall ticks with a sound that seems louder than before, measuring out the final allowance of time for the philosopher. It is the deep winter of 1803-1804. The world outside is frozen hard. The Baltic Sea is a sheet of white ice, and the city of Königsberg is bundled against the biting wind. Inside the house, the atmosphere is hushed, like a church after the service has ended. We are approaching a moment that has been passed down through history, not because it changed the course of philosophy, but because it breaks the heart with its sheer, stubborn dignity. It is the story of the physician's visit, a scene that serves as the final practical exam of Kant's ethical life. The physician is Dr. Elsner, a man of science and respect, who has come to check on his most famous patient. He arrives at the house on Prinzessinstrasse, stamping the snow from his boots in the vestibule, bringing a gust of cold, fresh air into the stale warmth of the sick room. He expects to find a patient, a body to be examined, a pulse to be counted, a temperature to be taken. He expects to find a man diminished by age, perhaps bedridden, perhaps oblivious to the social niceties of the world. But he is about to encounter something else entirely. He is about to meet the categorical imperative in a nightshirt. Wasiansky ushers the doctor into the study. Kant is sitting in his chair, wrapped in blankets, his head bowed, his breathing shallow. He looks incredibly small, a mere sketch of a man, his skin like parchment paper stretched over fragile bones. But as soon as he becomes aware of the visitor, as soon as his failing eyes register the presence of another human being in the room, a spark ignites in the dim machinery of his will. He grips the arms of his chair. His knuckles turn white. Slowly, painfully, he begins to push himself up. The doctor is alarmed. He rushes forward, hand extended. "Herr Professor," he pleads, "please do not rise. You are weak. You must rest." He looks to Wasiansky for help, expecting the caretaker to push the old man back down. But Wasiansky stands back, watching with a sad, knowing reverence. He knows what is happening. He knows that this is not a medical issue. It is a moral one. Kant continues to rise. His legs tremble violently. His whole body shakes with the effort of fighting gravity and decay. He sways, grasping for the edge of the table to steady himself. He is breathing hard, beads of sweat forming on his brow. To the doctor, this seems like madness. Why expend such precious limited energy on a simple greeting? But for Kant, sitting while a guest stood was a violation of the social law. It was a failure to treat the other person with the proper dignity. It was a collapse of the civilized world, and he refused to let the world collapse while he was still breathing. He finally achieves a standing position. He stands there, wavering like a reed in the wind, but upright. He looks at the doctor, his eyes searching for focus. He tries to speak, but the words are tangled. He gestures with a trembling hand toward a chair, inviting the doctor to sit. He will not sit until his guest is seated. It is a standoff of profound politeness. The doctor, realizing that his refusal to sit is actually prolonging the old man's suffering, quickly pulls up a chair and sits down. Only then does Kant allow himself to collapse back into his seat. He closes his eyes for a moment, gathering his breath. The room is silent, save for the rasp of his respiration. Then he opens his eyes again and turns to the physician. He whispers a sentence that Wasiansky recorded, a sentence that should be carved in stone above the entrance of every school of ethics. He says, haltingly but clearly, Das Gefühl für Humanität hat mich noch nicht verlassen. The sense of humanity has not yet left me. Let those words hang in the air. The sense of humanity. In the German of his time, Humanität meant more than just being a member of the species. It meant civilization. It meant culture, grace, politeness, and the recognition of the moral worth of others. Kant was saying, my body is leaving me. My memory is leaving me. My logic is leaving me. But my respect for you, my ability to treat you as an end and not a means, that is still here. He was asserting that the core of his identity was not his intellect, but his character. He was proving that the kingdom of ends was not just a theory he wrote about in 1785. It was the code he lived by in 1804, even when it cost him physical pain. The doctor is deeply moved. We can imagine him sitting there, perhaps wiping a tear from his eye, overwhelmed by the display of courtly manners from a man who can barely hold his head up. The medical examination proceeds, but it feels secondary. The pulse is weak, yes. The heart is fading, yes. But the soul is incandescent. The doctor realizes he is not treating a patient. He is witnessing a monument. This scene also highlights the tragic beauty of Kant's forms. Throughout his life, critics had sometimes called him rigid, cold, or overly formal. They mocked his clockwork walks and his strict rules. But here, at the end, we see that those forms were the trellis that held the vine up. When the vine withered, the trellis remained. The habit of politeness was the safety net that caught him when his mind fell. It allowed him to remain a person, rather than just a biological organism, until the very last second. After the doctor leaves, Kant is exhausted. The effort has drained him. He sits in the silence, staring at the floor. Wasiansky adjusts the blankets. He does not scold Kant for straining himself. He understands that for Kant to be human was to be polite. To lose his manners would have been a death before death. It would have been a surrender to the nature he had spent his life trying to transcend with freedom. As we drift away from this scene, let us reconsider what we mean by strength. We often think of strength as physical power or the ability to endure pain stoically. But Kant shows us a different kind of strength, the strength of a gentle habit, the strength of a man who refuses to let his suffering make him rude. It is a small thing standing up for a guest. It changes nothing in the grand scheme of history. Napoleon is still marching. The empires are still fighting. But in this small room in Königsberg, a victory has been won. The moral law has held the line against the chaos of the body. The shadows lengthen. The afternoon turns into evening. The doctor's carriage rattles away down the cobbled street, the sound muffled by the snow. Inside, the philosopher sleeps, his chest rising and falling in a shallow rhythm. He has passed the test. He has remained a gentleman. And now the final curtain can begin to fall. The stage is set for the last act, where words will fail completely, and only the simplest, most primal affirmation will remain. The winter night wraps the house in its cold embrace, but inside, the memory of that trembling stand keeps the air warm with the lingering heat of human dignity. The calendar turns to February 1804. The winter in Königsberg has been relentless, a season of iron skies and drifting snow that has buried the streets in silence. But inside the house, on Prinzessinstrasse, a different kind of winter has arrived. We have reached the final page of the manuscript, the last few measures of the symphony. Immanuel Kant, the man who defined the boundaries of human reason, is now crossing the final boundary. He lies in his bed, his body so light, it hardly makes an impression on the mattress. He is essentially mummified by age, a spirit caught in a web of dry skin and bone. The great, throbbing engine of his mind has quieted down to a faint hum. He sleeps mostly, drifting in a space where time no longer follows the rules of his transcendental aesthetic. Past, present, and future have merged into a single, suspended now. It is the night of February 11th. The city is asleep. The only sound in the room is the crackle of the stove and the labored, irregular breathing of the philosopher. Wasiansky sits by the bed, keeping his vigil. He knows the signs. He has seen death before, and he recognizes the specific, heavy atmosphere that precedes it. It is not a violent struggle. It is a withdrawal. The life force is not being snatched away. It is packing its bags, folding its clothes, and preparing to leave quietly through the back door. The mechanism, as Kant fondly called his body, is simply running out of fuel. There is no panic in the room, only a solemn attentiveness. The candle burns with a steady yellow flame, casting long shadows that dance gently on the walls. Perhaps the only things moving in a room where everything else has come to a standstill. Around 1 in the morning on February 12th, Kant stirs. He is awake, but he is not here. His eyes move, but they do not focus on the furniture or the face of his friend. He is thirsty. It is the last primal instinct remaining. Wasiansky, anticipating the need, prepares a spoon. Throughout the night, he has been giving the old man a mixture of water and sweetened wine, a final sustenance for a journey that requires no energy. He brings the spoon to Kant's lips. The philosopher drinks. He swallows with difficulty. Wasiansky offers another. Kant accepts it, but when the third spoonful is offered, Kant gently pushes it away with his hand. It is a gesture of absolute finality. He does not want more. He is full. He is finished. And then he speaks. The voice is a whisper, dry like autumn leaves, but distinct. He says, "Es ist gut. 'Tis good. Or perhaps it is enough. The German phrase holds both meanings. It is a moment of shattering simplicity. What did he mean? Was he referring to the wine? Was he saying that the thirst was quenched? Or was the mind, in its final flash of clarity, looking back over the 80 years of labor, the poverty of the youth, the discipline of the tutor, the silence of the decade, the explosion of the critique, the walks, the dinners, the loneliness, the glory, and passing a final judgment on the whole endeavor? It is good. It echoes the words of the Creator in Genesis. And God saw that it was good. But here, it is the creature speaking back to the Creator. It is the affirmation of a moral life. Kant had lived according to his principles. He had done his duty. He had treated humanity as an end. He had sought the truth. And now, at the very end, he felt no regret, no fear, no need to bargain for more time. He was satisfied. The account was balanced. The ledger was closed. After these words, silence descends again. But it is a different quality of silence. It is the silence of completion. Kant sinks back into the pillows. His breathing changes. It becomes slower, shallower. The spaces between the breaths grow longer. Wasiansky watches the chest rise and fall. Inhale, pause, exhale. The rhythm is unraveling. The biological clock, which had beaten in perfect time with the cathedral bells for so long, is missing its ticks. The hours of the morning pass slowly. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. The room grows colder as the fire burns down, but Wasiansky does not move to stoke it. He fears the noise might disturb the peace. He is witnessing the phenomena dissolving. The world of space and time is receding from Immanuel Kant. The categories of the understanding, cause and effect, unity, plurality, are evaporating. The I think that accompanied all his representations is preparing to cease thinking. At 4 a.m., the breath becomes intermittent. There is a long pause. Wasiansky leans forward, holding his own breath. Then a small gasp, and the chest rises again. It is the body fighting its last gentle rearguard action. But the will, the great, autonomous will, has already let go. The sun begins to rise over Königsberg. The grey light of the winter morning filters through the curtains, mixing with the yellow light of the dying candle. It is a visual representation of the transition occurring in the bed. The artificial light of human reason fading before the vast, indifferent light of the universe. At precisely 11:02 a.m. on February 12th, 1804, the final moment arrives. Kant draws a breath, a faint, shuddering intake of air. And then, nothing. The chest does not fall, the air is not expelled. The machinery stops. Wasiansky waits. He counts the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. There is no sound, no movement. The starry heavens are still there. But the moral law within this specific vessel has fallen silent. Immanuel Kant is dead. Wasiansky reaches out and gently closes the eyelids. The face, which had been contorted with the strain of age and illness, suddenly smooths out. A profound peace settles over the features. He looks, Wasiansky later wrote, like a man sleeping. The struggle of the intellect, the constant exhausting effort to understand the world, is over. The frown of concentration is gone. The philosopher has finally found the noumena. He has crossed the misty ocean to the island of the unknown, leaving his boat behind on the shore. Let us linger in this room for a moment. It is not a sad place. It feels sacred. A great energy has been discharged here. A mind that changed the history of the species has just left the building. The books on the shelves, the critique, the groundwork, the peace essay, they suddenly feel different. They are no longer works in progress. They are artifacts. They are the legacy. The man is gone, but the thoughts are alive, vibrating in the ink, waiting for the next student to open the page. Wasiansky stands up. His legs are stiff from the vigil. He walks to the window and opens the heavy drapes. The light floods in, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. The same dust that Kant once said formed the galaxies. Wasiansky looks out at the city. The people of Königsberg are going about their business. The bells are ringing. They do not yet know that their most famous citizen has departed. They do not know that the clock by which they set their lives has stopped. There is a strange comfort in this finality. Kant died as he lived, quietly, precisely, and without mess. He did not rave. He did not cry out. He simply finished the sentence. Es ist good. It is a death that offers us permission to accept our own mortality. It tells us that death is not a failure of the system. It is the final clause of the contract. It is the night that allows the stars to shine. Wasiansky turns back to the bed. He straightens the quilt. He arranges the hands. He performs the last duties of friendship. He is no longer the caretaker of a dying man. He is the guardian of a memory. He extinguishes the candle, which is no longer needed in the daylight. The smell of the wax mixes with the smell of the old books. The room is still. The all-crushing philosopher has been crushed by the gentle hand of nature, but in his defeat, he looks like a victor. He has completed the assignment. As we step out of the room, leaving the body in its final repose, we carry with us those three words. Es ist gut. They are a benediction for the weary. They remind us that after all the thinking, all the worrying, all the striving for duty and perfection, there is a place of rest. There is a moment when the spoon is pushed away, the thirst is gone, and the only thing left to do is to close our eyes and trust that the universe, in its own mysterious way, is indeed good. The story of the man is over. The story of the legend is about to begin. The news will spread, the bells will toll, and the city of Königsberg will stop to mourn the son who never left her, but who took her name to the ends of the earth. The news travels first as a whisper, then as a murmur, and finally as a tolling bell that cracks the frozen air of the city. Immanuel Kant is dead. It is February 12th, 1804. The word moves through the narrow streets of Königsberg, passing from the servants at the market to the merchants at the exchange, from the students in the beer halls to the officers in the garrison. For decades, the citizens had set their clocks by his walk. Now, they feel a strange, disorienting skip in the rhythm of time itself. The metronome has stopped. The city, usually so industrious and focused on its trade, seems to pause. A heavy, respectful silence descends, heavier even than the winter snow. It is not just a professor who has died. It is the genius loci, the presiding spirit of the place. Königsberg realizes, with a sudden pang of collective grief, that without the little man in the grey coat, it is just another provincial town on the edge of the map. With him, it was the capital of the mind. For 16 days, the body lies in state in the dining room, the same room where the laughter of the graces and muses once rang out, where the wine was poured and the witty stories told. Now, the table is gone, replaced by a catafalque draped in black. The room is lit by candles that burn day and night, casting long, flickering shadows against the walls. And the people come. They come in droves. It is estimated that thousands of people, a significant portion of the city's population, file past the open coffin to pay their respects. Who are they? They are not just the academics and the aristocrats. They are the shopkeepers who sold him his coffee, the neighbors who watched him past their windows for 40 years, the young students who had only heard the legends of his brilliance. They come to see the shell of the man who reshaped the world. What they see shocks many of them. The body is incredibly small, shrunken by age and exhaustion to something that looks almost like a child's frame. It is a shriveled chrysalis, as one observer noted, a fragile vessel that seems impossible to have contained such a titanic force. Yet there is a deep reverence in this viewing. They are looking at the thing in itself, stripped of all its phenomena, the final silent reality of a human life. The contrast between the physical frailty and the intellectual grandeur moves the city to tears. They are witnessing the ultimate truth of his philosophy, that the dignity of man does not reside in his muscles or his wealth, but in that invisible, weightless spark of reason that has now fled. On February 28th, the day of the funeral, the city comes to a complete standstill. It is a spectacle the likes of which Königsberg has never seen for a private citizen. It feels less like a funeral and more like the passing of a king. At 2:00 p.m., the great bells of all the churches in the city begin to toll in unison. The sound is physically overwhelming, a deep, resonant vibration that shakes the icicles from the eaves and hums in the chest of every person on the street. The procession begins. It is led by the students of the university, hundreds of them, marching in solemn formation, carrying torches that burn pale in the grey afternoon light. They are the heirs, the ones who will carry the Copernican revolution forward into the new century. Following them are the faculty, the clergy, the military officers in their dress uniforms, and the civil dignitaries. It seems that every layer of society, every category of the city's life is represented here. The streets are lined with thousands of silent spectators, standing bareheaded in the biting cold. Windows are crowded with faces, roofs are occupied. The entire organism of Königsberg has turned its eyes toward the hearse. The hearse itself is drawn by 4 horses draped in black velvet. It moves slowly over the cobblestones, the wheels crunching on the snow. As it passes, a ripple of movement goes through the crowd, a bowing of heads, a crossing of chests. There is a profound irony in the military presence. The garrison honors him with a salute. The man who wrote Perpetual Peace, who argued that standing armies should be abolished, is buried with full military honors. It is a contradiction, yes, but perhaps also a sign of the universal respect he commanded. Even the men of war had to bow to the man of peace. They carry him to the Königsberg Cathedral, the great Gothic brick structure on the island in the Pregel River. The interior of the cathedral is illuminated by hundreds of candles, struggling against the gloom of the vast nave. The air is thick with the scent of incense and damp wool. The organ swells, filling the space with a music that tries to express the inexpressible. A cantata composed specifically for the occasion is sung, Das Gefühl für Humanität, the sense of humanity. The words he spoke to his doctor in his final days have already become a hymn. They lower him into the professor's vault on the north side of the cathedral choir. It is a dark, quiet place, a library of bones where the scholars of the past rest together. As the coffin disappears into the earth, a finality settles over the congregation. The all-crushing Kant is now part of the soil. The man who never traveled has made his final journey, a journey of only a few miles from his birth house to his grave, yet a journey that encompasses the entire history of modern thought. But the story of the grave does not end there. In the years that follow, the city realizes that the simple vault is not enough. The pilgrimage continues. People travel from all over Europe, from France, England, Russia, just to stand near the place where the critique was written. The city eventually builds a special chapel, the Stoa Kantiana, a neo-Gothic colonnade attached to the cathedral, open to the air, protected by iron gates. It becomes a shrine. On the wall, a plaque is eventually placed, bearing the famous words that summarize his soul. Two things fill the mind with ever new and increasing admiration and awe: the starry heavens above me and the moral law within me. This tomb becomes the heart of the city. It survives the wars that follow. It survives the collapse of Prussia. It even survives, miraculously, the devastating bombing of World War II that flattened Königsberg and turned it into the Soviet city of Kaliningrad. The cathedral burned, the roof collapsed, and the city was erased. But the tomb of Kant was spared. It stood amidst the rubble, a lone symbol of reason in a world gone mad. Even the Soviet soldiers, who had little patience for German philosophers, respected it. They scribbled graffiti on the ruins, but they left the grave of the man who wrote about universal peace untouched. It suggests that there is something about Kant that transcends politics, nationality, and even war. He is the one thing that cannot be destroyed. As the mourners disperse on that cold February afternoon in 1804, drifting back to their warm homes and their evening meals, they carry a strange feeling with them. It is not just sadness, it is a sense of completion. The circle is closed. The city and the man are now indistinguishable. You cannot think of Königsberg without thinking of Kant. He is in the red brick. He is in the fog off the river. He is in the sound of the bells. He has become the noumenon of the city, the invisible reality that gives it meaning. The sun sets early in the Baltic winter. Darkness reclaims the streets. The linden trees on the Philosopher's Walk stand bare and silent, their branches scratching against the sky. There will be no walk tomorrow at 3:30. The neighbors will have to buy their own clocks, but the path remains. The groove worn into the stones by his faithful steps is still there. And in the quiet of the night, if you listen closely, you can almost hear the tapping of the cane, a rhythmic echo reminding the city that while the philosopher rests, the philosophy is just waking up. The funeral is over, but the haunting is just beginning. A gentle, benevolent haunting of reason that will drift across the centuries, whispering to us that we are free, that we are responsible, and that we are not alone in the dark. We stand now at the end of the journey, hovering over the modern city of Kaliningrad, the place that was once Königsberg. The narrow streets where the philosopher walked are gone, buried under layers of history, rubble, and new concrete. The linden trees that shaded his daily path have long since returned to the earth. The house on Prinzessenstrasse, with its quiet study and its smoky dining room, exists only in old etchings and the memory of the world. And yet, Immanuel Kant is more alive tonight than he was on the day he died. This is the final, beautiful paradox of his existence. The man who never traveled has become a universal citizen, a permanent resident in the mind of the human race. As we look back over the sweep of his life, from the strapmaker's son breathing the leather-scented air to the frail old man sipping his last tea, we see that his story did not end in the cathedral vault. It exploded outward, like the nebulae he once theorized about, forming new galaxies of thought that we are still exploring today. Consider the immediate aftermath of his silence. No sooner had the all-crushing philosopher been laid to rest than a generation of brilliant, unruly children sprang up to claim his inheritance. Thinkers like Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, and Schopenhauer took the bricks of Kant's system and built wild, towering new castles. They argued with him, they corrected him, they twisted his words, but they could not ignore him. He had changed the landscape forever. Before Kant, we looked at the world and asked, "What is that?" After Kant, we looked at the world and asked, "How do I know that?" He turned the light of inquiry inward, making self-awareness the prerequisite for wisdom. Every modern conversation about perspective, about frameworks, about paradigms, traces its DNA back to that quiet study in Prussia. We are all, in some sense, wearing Kantian glasses. But his legacy is not just academic, it is structural. Look at the world of politics and law. When the United Nations was formed from the ashes of World War II, the architects of that peace were unknowingly, and sometimes knowingly, using the blueprints from Kant's perpetual peace. The idea of a federation of free states, of a world governed by international law rather than brute force, is a Kantian dream. When we speak today of human rights, when we insist that every person has an inherent dignity that no government can strip away, we are speaking the language of the kingdom of ends. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is, in many ways, a secular version of the categorical imperative. It is the insistence that a human being is never a means, always an end. The quiet professor who was afraid of sweating and loved mustard has become the grandfather of modern dignity. There is a haunting physical symbol of this endurance. In August 1944, and again in the spring of 1945, the city of Königsberg was annihilated by British bombers and Soviet artillery. The destruction was biblical. The medieval streets turned into an inferno. The cathedral burned, its roof collapsing into the nave. The city of pure reason was consumed by the madness of war, but when the smoke cleared, amidst the acres of pulverized red brick and twisted iron, one thing remained standing: the column tomb of Immanuel Kant, the Stoa Kantiana. It was damaged, yes, scarred by shrapnel, but it stood. It stood when the castle fell. It stood when the university was erased. It stood when the city was renamed Kaliningrad and the German population was expelled. The Soviet authorities, who had little love for bourgeois philosophy, could not bring themselves to destroy it. They let it be. It remained a stubborn island of order in a sea of chaos. Today, the cathedral has been restored, and the tomb is a pilgrimage site. Newlyweds come to place flowers there. Students come to sit in silence. It serves as a reminder that cities can burn, maps can change, and empires can fall. But the idea of the moral law is fireproof. As we linger here in the final moments of our story, let the image of that tomb merge with the image of the starry heavens. Kant's two great loves, the cosmos and the conscience, are finally united. Modern science has confirmed his intuition about the vastness of the universe. We know now about the galaxies he predicted. We know about the limits of observation. about how the observer affects the reality they see. A very Kantian concept found in quantum mechanics. He was right to be awed. He was right to feel small. And yet, he was right about the other side of the equation too. In a universe of cold, dead matter, of exploding stars and black holes, there is one thing that shines brighter than a supernova: the decision of a human being to do the right thing. The ability to say, I promise. The ability to say, I will not. This moral spark is the true miracle. It is the noumenon, breaking through the darkness. Imagine the spirit of Immanuel Kant not as a ghost haunting a graveyard, but as a gentle, steady frequency humming in the background of civilization. He is there every time a scientist questions their bias. He is there every time a diplomat chooses words over weapons. He is there every time you stop at a red light in the middle of the night when no one is watching, simply because it is the law. He is the quiet voice of duty that keeps the world from unraveling. He is the guardian of the goodwill. And now, we return to you, the listener, the traveler in the realm of sleep. Kant would approve of your rest. He believed in cycles. He believed in the restoration of energy. He would tell you that the mind cannot work without the pause. The critique is finished. The arguments are closed. The antinomies are resolved in the silence of the night. You do not need to solve the riddle of the universe tonight. You do not need to worry about the thing in itself. You are safe on the island of experience. The fog of the unknown is not a threat. It is a blanket. Let the last image in your mind be the view from Kant's window on a clear, crisp Prussian night. The candle has been extinguished. The pen has been laid down. The house is still. Outside, the city sleeps under a blanket of snow. And above it, the great wheel of the Milky Way turns slowly, majestically, silently. The stars look down on the rooftops, just as they look down on the leather workshop, the lecture hall, and the tomb. They are indifferent, beautiful, and eternal. And watching them, standing by the window in his grey coat, is the little man who dared to measure them with his mind. He turns away from the window now. He walks to his bed. He pulls the heavy quilt up to his chin. He closes his eyes. The mechanism stops. The piece begins. The questions that drove him are for tomorrow, or perhaps for eternity. For now, there is only the rhythmic breathing of a life well lived and the profound simple goodness of rest. The starry heavens remain above. The moral law remains within. And between them, there is sleep. Deep, untroubled, rational sleep. The story is told. The history is woven. The philosophy is at rest. Now, let the words themselves begin to fade, like the sound of the cathedral bells dissolving into the winter air. Let the heavy concepts, the noumena, the phenomena, the imperatives, drift away like leaves on the surface of the Pregel River, carried gently out to the vast silent sea. You have walked the cobblestones of Königsberg. You have sat in the lecture hall. You have stood by the grave. Now, you are back in your own room, in your own time, safe and warm. Feel the weight of the blankets, the same comforting weight that Kant felt. Feel the stillness of the room, the same sanctuary of peace he sought all his life. There is no more work to be done. The inner judge is silent. The outer world is distant. There is only the soft, steady rhythm of your own breathing, rising and falling, like the tides of the Baltic. Let the darkness wrap around you, not as a void, but as a velvet cloak. The universe is vast, but you are held within it. Reason has done its job. Now let nature do hers. Drift into the quiet. Drift into the unknown of sleep with the courage of a philosopher and the trust of a child. It is time to let go. It is time to rest. Sweet dreams.